start in a few minutes, ladies and gentlemen. We're just waiting to iron out a couple of technical difficulties, and as soon as those are ready, we'll be ready to go. All right, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the November 17th, 2025 meeting of the Merced City Council. Typically, our meetings just before Thanksgiving are kind of light, but today we have a lot of work on tonight, so we'll get started in a minute. Going to start with the invocation from the great Lamar Henderson. Lamar, I want to thank you before you begin for all your work at the Veterans Day Parade, too. You did an amazing job. So
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
Then, after that, Councilmember DuPont will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Yes.
Mr. Henderson.
Stand, please, if you will. Let's bow our heads, please. Dear wise and loving Father, first, let me thank you on behalf of all who are gathered here today. Thank you for your many and abundant blessings. Thank you for life itself, for the measure of health we need to fulfill our callings, for sustenance, and for friendship. Thank you for the ability to be involved in meaningful work and for the honor of carrying appropriate responsibilities. Thank you as well for the freedom to embrace you or the freedom to reject you. Thank you for loving us regardless out of your boundless and gracious nature. In the scripture, you said the citizens ought to obey the governing authorities, since you have established those very authorities to promote peace, order, and justice. Therefore, I pray for our mayor and for the various levels of city officials, and especially for this assembled council. I ask that you graciously grant them wisdom to govern amid the conflicting interests and issues of our times. Grant them a deep sense of welfare and true needs of our people. Grant them a keen thirst for justice and righteousness, confidence in what is good and is fitting, the ability to work together in harmony, even when there is honest disagreement. Grant them personal peace in their lives and joy in their work. I pray for the agenda set before them today. Please give them clarity and assurance about what would please you and what would benefit all who live and work in and around our beloved city of Merced. We ask these things in the mighty name of your Son, Jesus Christ. Amen. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. All righty. Thanks.
Get you the next one. Thank you, Lamar.
Agenda item D, roll call. Councilmember DuPont,
Present.
Harris,
Present.
Smith,
Present.
Zhang,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Boyle,
Here.
and Mayor Serrato.
Present.
Mayor, I'd like to remind the audience that if they wish to address the city council, they must submit a green request to speak form located at the podium in the back of the chamber. Additionally, citizens can submit public comment to the city council electronically no later than 1 p.m. on the day of the meeting. Comments received before the deadline will be sent to the city council and will be part of the record and will be mentioned as part of the written petitions and communications portion of the agenda, and they will also be posted on the city's website. Material may be emailed to cityclerk@cityofmerced.gov, and any correspondence received after 1 p.m. will be distributed to the city council and retained for the official record. Also, for those audience members who wish to hear the council meeting translated into Spanish or Hmong, please let our interpreters know.
Hola, mi nombre es Rita. Si ustedes necesitan servicios de interpretación, yo voy a estar en la parte de atrás del auditorio. Gracias.
现在咧对啥到中西塔么呢？财务路蒙呢节人去古中的呢，国财路蒙中内我正道。
In accordance with Government Code 54952.3, it is hereby announced that the City Council sits either simultaneously or serially as a Public Financing and Economic Development Authority, Parking Authority, and/or successor agency to the Redevelopment Agency. City Council members receive a monthly stipend of $500 by charter for sitting as the City Council, and the Mayor receives an additional $100 each month as part of the adopted budget and Resolution 2024-78. The Public Financing and Economic Development Authority, Parking Authority, and successor agency to the Redevelopment Agency receive no compensation. Agenda item E, report out of closed session.
There is no report out of closed session.
Agenda item F, written petitions and communications. Mayor, the Clerk's Office received emails from Latanya Richard and Mickey Archuleta regarding public comment. The Clerk's Office also received emails from Carol and Robert Denuzzo and Jerry Perez Chica regarding agenda item I1, an email from Strong Towns Merced regarding agenda item I2, and an email from Ashley Marie Suarez regarding agenda item J3. The emails were received by the 1 p.m. deadline. They were sent to council and posted on the city's website. Any emails received after the 1 p.m. deadline will be sent to council. Agenda item G, public comments. Members of the public who wish to speak on any matter not listed on the agenda may speak during this portion of the meeting and will be allotted 3 minutes. The mayor may propose a further limit to the time available for all speakers at the discretion of the city council in order to accommodate as many speakers as possible. State law prohibits the city council from acting at this meeting on any matter raised during the public comment period. Members of the public who wish to speak on a matter that is listed on the agenda will be called upon to speak during the discussion of that item. And Mayor, I currently have 8 requests to speak forms.
Okay. Thank you, Jennifer. We'll go 3 minutes each.
Okay, if I can get the first 4 speakers to the podium to my left. Cindy Kelly, Marilyn Sobel, Aggie Freeman, and Karthik Prasad.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Cindy Kelly, citizen of Merced. I usually come up here and talk about warm, fuzzy things, but that's not going to be the case tonight. Tonight, I'm going to address the white elephant in the room, and that's the KKK. Nothing irritates me more than when people who claim to be so educated spew out these letters which they know nothing about. So I'm going to give you some personal experiences about the KKK. The KKK was the reason that my white mother could not join my black father at our farm in Hobgood, North Carolina in the summers because she was in fear that her husband would be lynched, he would be beaten, her kids harmed or disappear. The KKK was the reason that black relatives are buried in the bad side of town in a cemetery with overgrown weeds and unmarked graves because colored people didn't belong in the white cemetery. The KKK was the reason that it was okay for a 15-year-old kid to call my 50-year-old father boy in a grocery store. So I know that everyone on that council, I know you guys, some of you better than others, and I can say with 100% certainty that everyone up there would never support the events that I just talked about. Fu, you need to learn that words matter, especially in this climate that we're in today, where words kill. We've seen it at the national level. You being angry and because of your imaginary woke moral indignation, put a target on everyone's back. I find that vile and I find that unconscionable. You spouting out about the KKK is the equivalent of saying that Auschwitz survivors are Nazi lovers. Again, vile and unconscionable. You always pick groups that you say you want to resent, and in your own words, mostly Black and brown people. It's my experience that when you advocate for one group to the exclusion of all others, that's called racism. And you happen to be the biggest racist in this chambers. And as an Asian man, you should be ashamed of yourself, and as an immigrant. I have some advice for you because you are so young and you have such a long life ahead of you. And you can be a fool on the national, the state, and the international stage at your leisure. But while you are here and while you are on that dais, you really need to pull your head out of your ass and do exactly what your constituents wanted you to do, which is work for Merced. Thank you.
Good evening, welcome.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Marilyn Sobel. My pronouns are she, her, and I live in District 4. I speak on behalf of the Merced Farm Workers Mutual Aid Fund. We are here today to offer our deep gratitude to Councilmember Fu Zhang for your extraordinary support of farm working families in our city and country. Across the Central Valley, 1.3 million families were impacted by delays in CalFresh and SNAP benefits in recent months. Many of these families work sunrise to sunset in our fields, support our local economy, and still rely on this vital assistance to make ends meet. Here in Merced County, more than 21% of households depend on CalFresh SNAP to put food on the table. That's 1 in 5 families. When those benefits are delayed or cut, it's not abstract. It means parents unsure how they'll feed their kids, elders stretching every dollar, and entire neighborhoods feeling the ripple effects. You have always shown up when communities need a champion. You didn't look away. You didn't treat this as someone else's problem. You treated it as our problem, our communities, our responsibility. That kind of leadership matters. We also want to uplift your steady, values-driven commitment beyond this moment. We ask that you continue to be unwavering in your support for affordable housing, for youth investment, for the safety and dignity of immigrants and refugees, for our LGBTQIA+ community, and for a Merced for all. We know it's not easy to be vocal up there. We know the pressure, the criticism, and the scrutiny that comes with standing firmly on the side of justice. But the community sees you and the community supports you. Your courage makes it easier for others to speak up too. On behalf of the Merced Farm Workers Mutual Aid Fund and the farm working families we serve, I say thank you. Thank you for standing with us, for honoring the dignity of work, for recognizing that farm workers are not invisible, and for committing yourself to the well-being of this city and county. As we move forward, we hope you will continue to lift up these families, continue to ensure that support system like CalFresh SNAP are strong, timely, and fully funded, and remain a voice for working families whose labor feeds our tables and whose presence enriches our community. Thank you for standing with us, and thank you for building a Merced where every family, no matter their income status or ethnic background, gets to live with dignity. May I approach the podium to give
Thank you.
Fu Zhang the award?
You have 15 seconds.
All right.
You'll walk fast. All right. Go fast, fast, fast. 5. 4. All right. Next speaker. All right, next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor Serrato, councilmen, staff, and citizens of Merced. I come before you tonight as someone who deeply loves our city to formally object to Councilman Zhang's recent social media post that publicly accused this council of actions comparable to the KKK and characterized our local city government as a system designed to, quote, screw people over. Let me be very clear. This social media post is defamatory, divisive, and dangerous rhetoric coming from an elected official who represents one of the most diverse communities in Merced. While Councilman Zhang has every right to disagree with policy decisions, as he often does when he votes against public safety, police, and fire budgeted agenda items, he does not have the right to attack the personal character of his colleagues, to erode public trust, or to invoke defamatory language that echoes some of the darkest chapters in American history. Mr. Zhang, words matter. When an elected official uses his platform to inflame tension, spread hostility, and distort the truth, our entire city pays the price in division, in mistrust, and in a loss of confidence of our leadership. Therefore, I'm calling on you tonight, Mr. Zhang, to issue a formal apology to this council and to the citizens of Merced. I'm calling on the city council to hold him accountable publicly, transparently, and formally, consistent with the standards you have set for yourselves and for those leaders who serve our community. Merced deserves better. Merced expects better. And I call on every resident of Merced to remember this moment when we decide what kind of leadership we would like shaping the future of our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Freeman. Next speaker.
Alrighty. Evening, Mayor, Council, City of Merced. Before I get into my usual legislative update, I'm going to take off my legislative hat and put on my Karthik Prasad resident of Merced hat and extend a huge thank you to the City of Merced for last week's Veterans Day Parade. It was just awesome. I mean, it was so much fun. I know county was the ones hosting it, but it wouldn't have been possible if it wasn't for the city's efforts. So I want to extend a huge thank you to Chief Stanfield and Chief Wilson. I know the sheriff got to have all his fun and get all the credit and everything, but parade wouldn't have been able to happen if it wasn't for you. So thank you. Now, putting my hat back on. Evening, everyone. My name is Karthik Prasad here on behalf of Congressman Adam Gray, and the government's open. So if anyone is having any issues with any federal agencies, we highly suggest the people to reach out to our office so we can take a look into things. Everything should be back to normal, relatively speaking. So if anyone's having any issues, please send them over to our office and we'll take a look at things. Last week, Representative Gray led a bipartisan group of lawmakers to send a letter to the Senate Majority Leader and Minority Leader requesting collaboration to develop and advance a comprehensive health care plan. Representative Gray offered an amendment to the February budget framework that would have prevented cuts to Medicaid, which were not adopted by the majority. And he also introduced the Protecting Health Care and Lowering Costs Act 2025 to further restore Medicaid and permanently extend ACA tax credits. Going forward, one of our primary legislative purposes is going to be securing ACA tax credits, because even though the government's open and SNAP benefits are back, there's still a lot of work to be done, and we're not going to lose sight of that. Finally, we're heavily involved in the ongoing discussion around permitting reform as part of the Natural Resources Committee, and next round of appropriations is coming up, so we're getting together, and now that everything's up and running, we want to be sure that we've got all our ducks in a row, so to speak, and I'll be working very closely with the city going forward on that. So, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your update, as always. Jennifer, next 4 speakers.
Okay, if I can get the next, we got additional ones. So next 5 speakers, Kim Gardner, Jazz Diaz, Chrissy Gallardo, Sergio Carrera, and Yeva.
Kim, you're first. And just remind everybody, as we permit some clapping, but anything too loud is going to be distracting. Anything that goes on while people are talking is going to be distracting. It makes it hard to hear. Also detracts from the decorum of this chamber. So please do your best to be respectful of everybody. Kim.
Good evening. My name is Kim Garner, and I'm the director of the Central Valley Opportunity Fund. I'm here to talk to you tonight about Christmas events in downtown Merced. And I thought about maybe taking my name off the slate for tonight because I didn't want to appear as the Merry Sunshine person at a meeting like this. But I want to remind everybody how important Christmas is and Christmas events are in Merced because it's our time to be together and to show unity and to really enjoy one another and find commonalities in one another. And so with that, I'll get off my soapbox for a second and tell you about Christmas. So we've been working, oh my goodness, we've been working since January. We have got an amazing Christmas lineup for our community this year that kicks off November 30th with the Merced Symphony's Holiday Pops concert at Merced Theater. They've got a great lineup of different performances, and it will start out at 4 o'clock. From there, folks will come out onto Main Street and carol down Main Street to the new improved Bob Hart Square area, which we're super excited about. There, Summit Church and a couple of other congregations in Merced will perform and lead us in carols for about an hour. And then our mayor, thank you, Matt, will go ahead and lead us in lighting our brand new Christmas tree this year. We've got a Christmas tree. It's about 30 feet tall, beautifully lit. We were able to sponsor that with a grant, and then the Downtown Merced Partnership and the Downtown Neighborhood Association sponsored it for this year. Also, right after that, the lighting, the following Saturday is, sorry, my phone was going off. The following Saturday is our huge day. So Saturday, December 6th, we've got the Christmas parade starting at 2 o'clock. It is the holiday hit parade. And I want to remind everybody, this is the single largest event in Merced. We actually pulled the numbers. We beat Fresno, which is fantastic. But for our town, this is when everybody comes out. So we are really, really excited and very grateful to the city for all of the help that you've given us this year. You've really pulled out all of the stops. And just quickly at the end, we have a tremendous amount of partners this year that just shows our unity. So Merced Main Street Association, Downtown Neighborhood Partnership, Downtown Neighborhood Association, Central Valley Opportunity Fund, and I'm sure I'm missing somebody in this group, of course, the city. Everybody has pulled together to give us this great event, and we're looking forward to having everybody out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim. Thank you for all your work on this. Great stuff. All right, Ms. Gallardo.
Hi, everyone. My name is Crisantema Chrissy Gallardo. My pronouns are she, hers, ella. I live in District 4, and I talk to my neighbors regularly, and it was actually a neighbor that brought this up to my attention, that my representative wrote an op-ed to The Focus that was published talking about FOO's like freedom of speech to publish as he wishes on his social media platforms. And I felt compelled to come and speak. And yeah, our Merced community is paying attention to the council's actions, not just legal explanations. We can try to hide behind, quote unquote, it's the best for the city, we're keeping the city safe, when, you know, our community is smarter than that, and we can actually track the way that this city and this governing body funnels money into priorities that are not aligned with communities of color, low-income folks. And so, removing the pride flag from public visibility while previously, earlier this year in April, flying the Christian flag aligns with the same exclusionary values that white supremacist groups have championed for generations. I'm not gonna sit up here and talk about the history, because we can all Google that, right? About how the KKK formed, who they oppress, who they hurt and harm. And I just think that this council choosing to not allow oppressed and marginalized groups to fly their flag is aligned with the KKK. And I would respect it more if y'all just like named that you stand with those values instead of trying to hide behind some social media post. You didn't ban all flags to protect Merced. You banned the ones that make some of you uncomfortable. And calling it a break from symbolic politics is convenient for y'all when the only symbols being removed are those representing or oppressed communities, not Christianity, not patriotism, and not anything aligned with dominant power. Saying that we could have been forced to fly a KKK flag, that's a distraction. No one in Merced requested that. What people did request was the pride flag to affirm identities that we represent, and you all rejected that. You can say again that you aren't aligned with the KKK, but the way that you continue to allocate community resources into majority policing and not prevention or young people or affordable housing is more aligned with the KKK. I had written more, but I'll just say that I thought about getting up here and showing Sarah Boyle's screenshots of all the anti-immigrant inflammatory things that you like and reshare on your socials.
Chris, I gotta cut you
But I
off.
was
It's
like,
been-
nah, I'm not gonna do
Okay,
that.
I gotta cut you off.
So
Time's up.
food don't ever apologize.
Time's
Be
up.
you.
Time's up, Chris. Okay, next speaker.
Hello, Tasakamat Liwe. My name is Jazz. I live in District 3, and I want to start off by recognizing that we're on native land. We're on Yokuts and Miwoks lands. And I want to address the recent opinion piece as well by Councilmember Shane in the Merced Focus and the Sun Star titled "The Merced City Council Supports the KKK Members," says in post. That crosses a line. As we know, this conversation stems from the decisions to fly a Christian flag during Easter, and when the decision was criticized, the choice to eliminate all commemorative flags, including the Pride flag and the Pan-African flag. First, let's be clear, as it was said earlier, the KKK is a hate group rooted in white supremacy and has no place in our community. But this moment is not just about a meme. It is an opportunity to reflect, grow, and understand how racism, both historical and modern, shows up in our institutions and our decisions. I invite journalists to take a deeper look at the history of the Christian flag, its ties to white supremacy, the Confederate flag, and the presence during January 6th. We need to call these connections what they are, Christian nationalism. Like Councilmember Fujang, I support a strong separation of church and state, and I didn't want the Christian flag or the satanic church flag representing our city's government. However, I do believe faith groups absolutely influence our community in a powerful and positive way. At a recent community vigil, leaders from the Baptist, Catholic, Methodist, and Unity Church, along with the Native elder, came together to hold space for tragedies we face, like school mass shootings, the ongoing violence and genocide in Gaza, Sudan, and the Congo, and the grief from families harmed from ICE raids and family separation. A Catholic deacon said something that stayed with me. In times like these, you don't say what you stand for. You show it through your actions. So let's talk about actions and what they represent. There are different ways we engage with racism. Racist, you uphold this, you tolerate it. Silent, you take no position, but yet you are still complicit. Not racist, you support diverse communities, avoid hate groups, but still avoid hard conversations. Anti-racist, you speak up, you intervene, you take responsibility when you are challenged. So I feel that a Scooby-Doo meme, you shouldn't take it as an insult. You should take it as an opportunity to do the work. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff.
Also, thank you, Councilmember Fujang. You are not alone. You may feel like you stand alone in this council, but you are not alone in community. Also, to my representative,
All right, I gotta call the.
I would
3
love
minutes is up.
a chance
3
to
minutes.
meet and talk with you.
Okay, thank you. All right, next speaker.
Hi, my name is Sergio. I'm a third-year political science student at UC Merced. I'm originally from Riverside down in SoCal, if you've ever been there. I'm here today to give a public comment on the agenda. to be honest. This is pretty cool, fascinating, interesting, but I'm doing it for extra credit, but I kind of love this process. Sorry. I will say I really like how Merced has kind of grown and adapted since my time here. I started college in 2023. And I think the city has grown a lot. I would only like to say that I kind of noticed how there is like a disparity between like northern Merced and like the rest of the town in terms of like growth, new buildings, roads, nature, parks, everything in between. So I feel like if the agenda today is to talk about the economic growth, development of that, maybe there should be a little bit more love toward there and a little bit less to the north, as you know, it's primarily focused and gets a lot of attention from the UC. And unfortunately, I feel like South Merced doesn't. But yeah, other than that, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for being here. Hey, should I keep the clapping just, you don't have to be so loud. A little, tone down a little bit. All right, next speaker.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yay. Okay. Hi. Yeah, I'm just, name's Yeva, here to address the public. I would like to echo what we've already heard about the rise of Christian nationalism and the enabling of city council to weasel its way into Merced. I think the very blessing at the beginning, well, I have no issues with the Catholic denomination. I wonder, are we doing that for our Jewish individuals, our Jewish relatives, our Muslim relatives, heck, even our Catholic, Protestant, and secular individuals? Personally, I believe having a separation of church and state is a basic fundamental First Amendment right, freedom of speech, freedom of religion, to where America is not ruled by one religion or one class in particular. And I would say also, yes, doing the investigation about the Christian nationalist flag or the Christian flag and its time flown on January 6th, where police officers were beaten, where civilians were beaten, where the first time the Confederate flag was ever flown on American Capitol. We are seeing a rise of racism, hate, and divisive behavior, and I think even enabling it here is completely shameful. And I would say for Fu Zhang, keep up the good work. And for others who are willing to really reflect on their behavior and realize that Merced should not just be a haven for corporate and private interests, but for development for individuals, people, and community as a whole. And echoing what the last speaker said, North Merced is getting way too much economic development, whereas South Merced is getting huge swaths of manufacturing and industrial zones, perpetuating the trend of environmental racism and classism. So we are at a time in history where you really have all the power. So, you know, bada bing, bada boo, do what you want with it, but the world is watching and people will hold you accountable. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. No, thank you for your comments. I appreciate the, we're not we're only agendized for, we can't act on items that aren't on the agenda, but if you guys want to leave your contact information, happy to have further conversations about North Merced, South Merced issues and development. So we can certainly follow up online, willing to follow up if you guys like. All right, Jennifer.
Those are all the green request to speak forms that we had, Mayor.
Okay, takes us to consent.
Okay, agenda item H, consent calendar.
Okay, turn to consent. Are there any members of the council who'd like to have anything pulled from the consent agenda for separate consideration? Councilmember Harris.
I need to recuse myself from item H7.
Okay, H7, that's the Bear Creek levee repairs from the 2023 floods. Anybody else? Councilmember Jean.
I would like to pull H5 and H8.
Okay, 5 is the fire department report. And then you said also, what was the other one? It was A8? 8. Okay, 8's the McKee MOU with the county. Okay, anybody else? Okay. Jennifer, anything from the public?
We don't have anything, Mayor.
All right, back to council for discussion and or motion with respect to the balance.
Move to approve.
Second.
I didn't catch the mover. DuPont, okay. Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember DuPont and a second by Councilmember Harris. The motion will include agenda item H9, the adoption of resolution 2025-68, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Merced, California, establishing a date when the final annual report of development fees will be available for public review and setting a public hearing thereon for December 15th, 2025. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. Okay, the motion passes unanimously.
I will take up H5, Councilmember Jean.
Right.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
So I really just had a few questions here for this particular item. I noticed that the agenda item talks about 568 inspections, and that's what I have here, 34 for Group E and then 534 for Group R. Just curious, Chief Wilson, how many staff are usually dedicated to do this type of inspection?
We have one fire inspector and one part-time inspector. These inspections are done by a combination of the inspector staff and engine companies as well. They're spread out amongst each shift and each station to get those inspections done in between calls and training and other things.
Awesome. And then the report itself shows that it basically has the location and then the type and then the inspection date. Are there any properties that failed inspections or needed second inspections?
Oh yeah, quite a bit of the occupancies on there would have had second inspections or violations. We're basically just reporting that we inspected those properties according to the health and safety code.
Are there any lists that's available to the public in which they could see which property failed inspections?
We don't have that readily available as far as a list, but could be obtained through public records.
Okay, so folks would have to do a PRA?
Yeah.
Understood. Just roughly, how many count are we looking at?
I wouldn't even begin to tell you, to be honest with you. I mean, probably out of 6, this is just a small portion of our inspections we do. This is just mandated inspections, which is required by Health and Safety Code, and then SB 1205 requires that we report those to our governing body. So this really is a small portion. We probably do in the range of about 3,000 inspections a year. So if you were to take this less than 600 inspections, I would say maybe 10 to 15% of them have violations. They can range from, address signs not being displayed correctly to, fire extinguishers not being serviced, different things like that. There's a wide range of violations that we look for. The majority of these are Group R, which is apartments. So when we do apartment inspections, we're not looking into apartments, we're looking at fire code related things, not necessarily like code enforcement related things. So we're really looking at access, addresses, fire extinguishers, laundry rooms, things like that, things that we have access to from the public right away.
Okay, and so just making sure I understand, like roughly 15% of apartment complexes in the city have violations and they're not up to fire code standards. Is that correct?
We follow up on them. So we go out, we do an inspection, and 14-ish days later, we give 14 days for violations to be cleared. We come back after that 14 days and do follow-up inspections. We have very few that continue to have compliance issues. Usually those, we work with our code enforcement team and we do joint inspections and go out and kind of address those differently from the code enforcement perspective.
So just relative to those, how many of those are we looking at that have consistent issues or ongoing violations?
Probably a better question for code enforcement. I know we have a few apartment complexes that we've been working on as of recently that are kind of problem children, if you will.
Okay. The main reason I brought this up was just simply because, again, on the report itself, it doesn't talk about the status of what happened with each of these properties, just simply that they were inspected. And I think it'll be to the public's benefit to have a list so that they know which properties are not up to code, right, or have consistent issues, especially since they're in multifamily apartment complexes. And so I think that it's important to have that. And I find it odd that they have to do a PRA and we're not going to provide any sort of status updates on these property. But I think that's another issue that we will have to discuss. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Jean. Councilmember Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just a quick plug. And to Councilmember Zhang's point, there's an anti-slumlord ordinance under construction that I believe still has language in it that would require the publication of top 10 or top 20 offenders So which probably gets to Councilmember Zhang's point.
Okay. No, thank you, sir. All right. Anybody else? Jennifer, anything from the public?
We don't have anything for this item.
Okay. Any additional questions for Chief Wilson? Again, thank you, Chief, for being here. Okay, seeing none, entertain any further discussion or a motion?
Motion.
Anyone want a second Harris motion?
Second.
Shane got you, sir.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Harris and a second by Councilmember Smith. The motion will include the adoption of Resolution 2025-62, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Merced, California, acknowledging receipt of a report made by the Fire Chief of Merced Fire Department regarding the inspection of certain occupancies required to perform annual inspections in such occupancies pursuant to Sections 13146.2 and 13146.3 of the California Health and Safety Code. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. Okay, the motion passes unanimously.
All right. Good work, Casey. You got unanimous approval. All right, on to H7. Jennifer, this is Councilmember Harris's recusal. All right, and this is roughly a little more than $1 million to Rolf Construction for repairs of the Bear Creek levees during the January 2023 floods. Any questions for our city engineer, or else is there discussion or a motion? Jennifer, anything from the public on this?
We don't have anything for this one.
Questions from council or a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Boyle and a second by Councilmember DuPont. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. Okay, and the motion passes with Councilmember Harris recusing himself.
Okay, thank you, Jennifer. We'll invite Councilmember Harris back in. We'll take up agenda item H8. This is the McKee MOU with the county to conduct repairs on McKee Road from Yosemite, well, including the county portion, all the way down to Santa Fe. Councilmember Zhang.
Yeah, I know this item has come back to council multiple times. Just reiterating, for separate consideration here, I'm not fond of this project. As I mentioned before in the past, this was a project that was brought to council and immediately got priority. And so I think that we should continue to prioritize roads that community have brought up repeatedly rather than jumping when the county asks us to. And so again, I understand the numbers behind it and the feasibility of and whatnot and the cost, but as I mentioned, I prefer that we prioritize roads that community members have been complaining about. Yeah, so that's my spiel.
Okay, thank you, sir. I know we've had this discussion. Councilmember Smith.
I support the item. I see Supervisor Pedroso here as well. Appreciate your work on this, sir. I just want to disagree with the characterization. This road and construction would run through my district. This is something that my residents complain about constantly. And when completed, it will serve District 6 as well.
Jennifer, anything from the public?
I don't have anything for this item, Mayor.
No, I know we've had this discussion a couple times already, but again, I think, one, it's a road we hear a lot about, and then two, the opportunity to partner with the county in spite of the fact that Supervisor Pedroso represents the county. But in spite of that, it's the opportunity creates a lot of cost savings and efficiencies that kind of wouldn't make a lot of sense to do it otherwise. All right, any additional questions, comments, questions for our city engineer, or else motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
I have a motion by Councilmember Smith and a second by Councilmember Harris. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. Okay, and the motion passes with Councilmember Zhang voting no.
Okay, thanks, sir. We got mission coming later on in the action items as well.
All right, agenda item I, public hearings. I1, public hearing, general plan amendment number 24-02, site utilization plan revision number 3 to plan development number 20, and appeal of the Planning Commission's denial of site plan review permit number 551 and minor use permit number 24-13, initiated by Eric Gonzalez on behalf of Yosemite 1380 LLC property owner. The approximate 8.05 acre subject site is generally located on the southwest corner of Yosemite Avenue and Parsons Avenue, 1380 East Yosemite Avenue, and 3595 Parsons Avenue. The general plan amendment would change the general plan land use designation from commercial office to business park for 3.19 acres and from commercial office to low medium density residential for the remaining 4.86 acres. The site utilization plan revision would change the land use designation within plan development number 20 from commercial office to self-storage for 3.19 acres and from commercial office to residential for 4.86 acres. The proposal would separate the self-storage from the residential lots and create the 28 residential lots. The site plan review permit would allow the development of a self-storage facility, approximately 500 storage units. The minor use permit would be for interface review to allow commercial development adjacent to or across from a low-density residential zone.
Mayor, before we begin.
Yes, sir.
I need to recuse myself as the applicant is a client of my firm.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember Dupont. Enjoy Monday Night Football. I told him to enjoy Monday Night Football. It's a good deal. Right now. Okay. So on advice of our city attorney, we're going to proceed a little differently today because this has been a previous, it was previously an agendized hearing, and we continued it from a prior hearing. So we're going to open the public hearing right now.
We're going to open the public hearing prior to the comments of staff. That will allow staff's comments to be part of the public hearing.
Okay.
The public comment portion will be at the same time.
Open it up, comments from staff, then we'll have public comment, and then we'll bring it back to council. It's a little different than normal, but we'll bring it back to council after that for discussion and action.
Yes.
Okay. All right, so now it is 6:47. We'll open the public hearing, and we'll start with our staff presentation. Blair.
Good evening. Thank you. The project I have before you today is General Plan Amendment number 2402, Site Utilization Plan Revision number 3 to Plan Development number 20, and the appeal of the Planning Commission decision to deny Site Plan Review Permit number 551 and Minor Use Permit number 2413. This project is for a new self-storage facility and a single-family residential subdivision. Before I get into the project details, like mentioned previously, I want to share some background on how we got here. This project was first heard on March 19th by the Planning Commission, who then voted to continue the public hearing to the April 9th meeting. At this April 9th meeting, the Commission heard the proposal again and expressed concerns regarding the incompatibility to the neighborhood and the amount of self-storage facilities in the city. At that hearing, the Commission directed staff to prepare resolutions of denial and recommendation of denial to the City Council, which were adopted on May 7th. That action was appealed by the applicant and heard by the City Council on July 7th. During this hearing, Council directed staff to help coordinate a neighborhood meeting within 20 days and for the project to be heard by the Planning Commission for consideration before bringing it back to the Council. The neighborhood meeting was held in City Hall on July 22nd, where approximately 30 residents attended. Based on the discussion at the meeting within the applicant and the neighbors, the applicant made some changes to the project. Those changes then were presented at the Planning Commission meeting of September 17th, where the Commission voted to recommend denial to the City Council of the General Plan Amendment and Site Utilization Plan Revision to the Plan Development, and failed to get sufficient votes to approve Site Plan Review Permit and Minor Use Permit. However, the vesting tentative subdivision map was approved. Here is the project location with the project site outlined in red, located at the southwest corner of East Yosemite Avenue and Parsons Avenue. The site is approximately 8.05 acres with single-family residential zones surrounding the site, as well as medical offices adjacent to the northeast and a church to the north. This is the proposed site plan displaying the proposed 28 residential lots and 500-unit self-storage facility. This is a closer site plan of the self-storage facility. There have been no changes made to the layout from the first time this was presented, but the applicant did change the hours of operation from being 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. to now being 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. These are some elevations for the self-storage facility. The picture in the center is what would be visible from Yosemite Avenue. And before we go into the residential, I did want to show you the previous proposal, which you saw earlier this year. The applicant previously proposed 41 residential units with the general plan designation of high medium density and a mix of single and two-story homes throughout the subdivision. With this proposal came alley-like roads, smaller lots, and narrower roads. Here is what the applicant is proposing now. This new map proposes 28 residential lots, with lots 1 through 15 being strictly single-story, and lots 16 through 28 would be a mix of single and two-story. This new map also proposes the designation to be low-medium density residential instead of high-medium density. This map eliminates all alley-like roads and makes all roads wider than the previous map, and due to the decrease in density, all lots are bigger as well. These are the 5 elevations provided by the applicant of both single and two-story homes that would go into the residential subdivision. These would be the development standards for lots 1 through 15 that are conditioned to be single-story only. And these would be the development standards for the rest of the lots. And again, these would be a mixture of single and two-story, but do have a max height of 32 feet. Some notable conditions, some are kind of repetitive. Condition number 24 is the change in time for the self-storage, which would be 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Condition number 28 addresses the single-story on lots 1 through 15. Condition number 29 grants additional fire access to be available via a gate connecting the residential subdivision and the parking lot to the medical offices to the north. Condition number 33 is that all streets within the subdivision shall be private and shall be privately maintained. An easement for utilities and access shall be granted to the city of Merced within the final map. And condition number 43, the developer shall establish a homeowners association governing the project. The HOA shall be responsible for the maintenance of all streets and landscaping within the development, as well as sweeping, cleaning of all interior streets prior to the final map approval. The HOA and any conditions, covenants, and restrictions shall be reviewed and approved by the city attorney. If the city council intends to approve the proposed, city council may adopt the resolution approving general plan amendment number 2402 and appeal of the planning commission's denial of site plan number 551 and minor use permit number 2403, introduce an ordinance approving site utilization plan revision number 3 to plan development number 20, and approve legislative action agreement. If council intends to deny the project, council may adopt a resolution denying general plan amendment number 2402 and appeal of planning commission's denial of site plan number 551 and minor use permit number 2413. Adopt a motion denying an ordinance approving site utilization plan revision number 3 to plan development number 20, and deny legislative action agreement. That now concludes staff's presentation. I am available for any questions, and the applicant is also here if you have any questions for them.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. We can talk, I think your city attorney is saying we can ask some questions right now during the public hearing. Is that okay? Okay. So if council has any questions at this time, we can ask questions, and if not, we'll proceed with the public hearing. Are there any questions from council?
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir, Mr. Cornwell.
If I could just supplement the presentation to talk about the challenge before City Council with this appeal. It's laid out in Merced Municipal Code 20.74.030, filing and processing of appeals. Subsection F, 1. This body may affirm or approve, affirm in part, or approve in part, or reverse, or deny the action that is the subject of the appeal, or remand the appeal for further review, recommendation, or action to the previous review authority. I just wanted council to know the options for the appeal moving forward.
Okay. Thank you, our city attorney. We'll proceed with the public hearing. Again, any additional or any requests to speak from council? Okay, no questions this time. Jennifer will proceed with the public hearing.
Okay, Mayor, I have 7 requests to speak forms. If I can get the first 4, I think we have the applicant Todd Bender, Keaton Bender, Robert Denuzzo, who is the appellant, and Carol Denuzzo.
Okay, thank you, Jennifer. And just real quick, so 15 for the applicant and 15 for the appellant. The other way. Okay. Yeah, for representing the group. Yes. Okay. Mr. Bender.
Great. Good evening, Mayor, council members. Thank you again for the opportunity to share with you the progress we've made since we were together July 7th. I also want to thank the staff for their detailed review and comments along the way. So rather than review the entire project, again, I just plan to focus my comments tonight on what we've been involved with in the process since the July 7th meeting and the package that was reviewed at that time, the council package. So as staff mentioned, there was a request from council to have a neighborhood meeting. That meeting, as mentioned also, was held July 22nd. And I do thank the neighbors that attended that meeting and had great participation and comments. Based on the concerns that we heard at that meeting and the concerns we had heard at prior public meetings, we presented and discussed a revised plan with those that were in attendance at the meeting. And the plan that we're reviewing tonight reflects those conversations and adjustments. So in short, many adjustments were made in response to the neighbors' concerns. I'd just like to step through those now quickly if I can. So there was concerns around the project density. We had heard there's too many lots. And in response to that, we took action to reduce the overall project from 41 lots down to 28 lots. That's a density reduction of roughly 30%. We heard concerns around the lot sizes. So we took action on that and made adjustments. We've increased the average lot size now by 56%, and the minimum lot size is increased by 97%. The average lot size now is over 5,420 square feet. There were also concerns about the lot widths, so we have made changes on that. We've increased all the lot widths to a minimum of 50 foot at this time. And we also heard an objection to the zoning being high density residential. And so now with these changes, we are to low medium density residential. Another concern that was discussed here and in the meeting was the objection to the 2-story homes that might back up to the single-story homes in the neighborhood behind. We have made adjustments, and the action we took there was to restrict lots 1 through 15, which are basically all the lots that are contiguous with the existing neighbors. We've restricted those to single-story homes only. Street widths were also a concern, so we increased the main internal road of the city to a city standard width, similar to street widths that are built all throughout Bellevue Ranch. And as mentioned, over to the storage, we adjusted the operating hours. There were concerns about operating times, and so we restricted those down to 7 to 7. There's a building in the back. There was concerns about the height of that building at 14 foot. We've adjusted it down to 12 foot now in the rear building of the self-storage facility. And I think there was just confusion around the zero lot line comment. The only zero lot line, I just want to be clear, there are no zero lot line elements abutting the neighbors. The only zero lot line of the project is between the self-storage and the proposed residential that we will be building. That's a condition that we've worked with down the road now for 20 years, and it's worked out fine. We also heard concerns about the project not creating enough jobs, and I just want to address that. This self-storage, we expect to support many community businesses. And we have over 100 at our current facility down the road, and these are jobs that are there. It's the new economy. There's e-commerce jobs, and people need on a regular basis to get to their inventory to make their sales complete. And we expect a large percentage of our customers to be in that camp. And so it does sort of stimulate and support business and jobs beyond the jobs that we will be hiring to run the facility. So with this, it's just my hope tonight that the modifications and actions that we've taken will be a sign of our respect of the neighbors' concerns and the comments we've picked up along the way from many meetings, both public and private. And it's our intent to be good neighbors. And so we kindly ask for your support tonight on this, and I assure you this will be a quality project. So,
Okay, thank you, sir. Please, the time at 9:27. I want to thank you for your words. Okay, next speaker.
Good evening, council members. My name is Keaton Bender. I'm here this evening in support of this proposed project. I'm a fourth-generation builder here in Merced. I have lived here my whole life, and I am raising my own family here now. I've been working in the family business, and if approved, this will be my first full subdivision build. The project as proposed is meaningful to me as a local builder who is committed to strengthening and improving our community. If approved, this development will help meet some very real needs we're facing in Merced, especially for quality residential single-family housing and storage. Our goal with this project is to provide a high-quality, well-planned development that adds real value to our community, supporting local jobs and trades, strengthening the surrounding area, and giving families and small businesses the space they need to grow. I appreciate your time and consideration and respectfully ask for your support of this project. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, next speaker.
Robert Denuzzo and Carol Denuzzo.
All right, Mr. Denuzzo, welcome, sir.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Did I touch something? I've been in the design and construction industry for 48 years, licensed architect for 37 years, and a resident of Merced almost all my life. I've seen lots of good planning decisions made and some bad ones. I'm not here as a NIMBY person. There were issues with the residential component that were addressed already, and we heard the comments from the developer. I don't think that's an issue with our neighborhood anymore. It's been addressed, and I think we're all on board. I would like to speak to the mini storage proposal. Generally, I feel a landowner should be able to build what he chooses. But that choice is not always a correct one for established neighbors and an established vision for the community. That is where the review process comes to be approached by different reviewing bodies. One, those that think that vacant land should be used right away to prevent sprawl or reap tax revenue or for what is perceived to be a necessity at the expense of compromising the community's vision for instant gratification, or those that think that land that was zoned as part of a long and thoughtful process should stay as close to that zoning as possible, understanding that market conditions rise and fall in any market, but overall in the future, the community will benefit from staying the course. The current commercial office zone is very compatible with residential neighborhoods. A business zone is not. Business park zone is not. In fact, a business park, BP, as defined in the City of Merced Ordinance Section 20.10.010G, the BP zoning district provides a location for employment-intensive uses within an attractive campus-like setting. The BP zoning district shall primarily allow back offices, research and development businesses, but also limited commercial retail uses to serve employees in the area. A mini storage doesn't seem to fit any of that description. Every time I see public/mini storage in the Merced City Ordinance, it is under the category of transportation, communication, and utility uses. In fact, the City of Modesto and City of Fresno, mini storages are generally relegated to light industrial, freeway commercial, and warehousing zones. Most jurisdictions around the country are very similar. Let's talk about the current building climate and environmental planning. Today's building design is focused on sustainability, energy efficiency, compatibility with the environment. All the buildings built at UC Merced are LEED accredited for energy efficiency and are environmentally exceptional, and they're winning awards. Most urban planners and designers will agree that mini storage facilities are among the worst uses of land. They are hardscape intensive, with almost the entire property being pavement or roof. All of that hard impervious surface with no shade or overhangs causes what's called a heat sink, which collects and stores hot summer heat and retains it until it slowly dissipates in the evenings, radiating heat throughout the area, raising urban temperatures. Those same surfaces collect huge amounts of stormwater during heavy rain events, inundating the local storm drain system. The Oakmont area already has overflowing gutters during the big rain events. It just happened the last few days. Lighting levels will be abnormally high to deter crime and make cameras effective. Shielded lights still give off a glow that spills onto surrounding properties. Let's talk about job creation and trickle effect. The mini storage facility would only employ 4 to 7 people maximum, hardly an economic generator for the amount of land used. The same amount of land used as a commercial office would not only have 50 to 100 employees or more, but it would generate client and consumer traffic that would also combine their visit with other nearby businesses such as coffee shops or food establishments. Let's talk about timing. Thinking as a developer, mini storage operator, and with all of the supposed pent-up demand for storage units, the mini storage would no doubt be built first. The infrastructure is mostly in place and would be simple to build. The housing component may not be as important to the project. There is more infrastructure, more permits, more complexities in marketing, and dealing with buyers afterwards. If the housing component is delayed or even remarketed, then the mini storage will be a freestanding fence compounded, unshielded by the unbuilt homes. Let's talk about precedents. There are currently several mini storages being built around town, including the one on West Olive, the one near Campus Parkway, and the one out near the airport. However, I feel approving the mini storage facility on East Olive Avenue next to Christian Life Center was a short-sighted decision. On a street that is mostly 100% residential from Walgreens at G Street to as far as Campus Parkway, now there will be a walled compound in between a church and a park. That obviously set a precedent for this application. When will this stop? The mini storage category of project should be reclassified in the ordinance to a light industrial or warehouse zone, as almost all other jurisdictions have done. So this controversial process that stresses out our citizens doesn't have to happen anymore. I'd like to do a little show and tell, if that's possible. Okay, so this is the mini storage at Yosemite and R Street. Oh. This is all right? Okay. This is the mini storage at Yosemite and R Street. If you notice, there's a bit of landscaping around the R Street and Yosemite frontage, but everything inside of that is either roof or asphalt. Now, if we go to an office complex, you notice the buildings and the asphalt, but you also see a lot of landscaping. Landscaping between the buildings, you have roof overhangs, you have trees and stuff to shade the parking lot and provide, cooling the parking lot. Developer ought to recognize this one, same thing. Lots of landscaping, lots of asphalt and roofs, but lots of landscaping, shrubbery to break up the asphalt, to provide shade in the summer. Let's talk streetscape. So this is the Yosemite and R mini storage as well. The trees and landscaping are there, but then right behind that is pretty much a blank wall. The wall's been treated to, with different paints and such, but it's still a blank wall. This is an office, streetscape of an office complex. The current zoning is commercial office. This is what that would look like. And again, this should be recognizable too. That's a nice office streetscape along Yosemite Avenue. That's what Yosemite Avenue is envisioned to be all the way out towards the UC. And now here's the site plan for the proposed mini storage. You see just a thin strip of landscaping along Yosemite and along the driveway of the surgery center. I think it's misled in that the bottom building F doesn't have any landscaping along the bottom. But within that, there's no landscaping. It's all roof and asphalt. So this is the streetscape version of the proposed mini storage as they just showed. The middle section is what's along Yosemite Avenue. And between Yosemite Avenue and this wall is just going to be an ornamental fence. But do you see any windows or any kind of overhangs or relief in that elevation? To me, that does not lend for a nice streetscape. The top elevation, the property immediately to the west is pretty much vacant. There's one house in the middle of the property, but it's pretty much vacant land. So as you drive east on Yosemite, that's what you'll see is the top version. You're going to see a row of garage doors behind a metal fence. And at night, that's all going to be lit up. So that's all you're going to see is a row of garage doors, a row of lights. The bottom is would be along the driveway. No, I'm sorry. The bottom is building F, and there again, if the houses aren't built, that's the wall that will be sitting there. In closing, I'd like to think that I speak for most of the community in urging the rejection of this zone change. I find it hard to think that there's a band of citizens clamoring to be the first in line to get a storage unit here, let alone get up and speak in favor of this and urge its passing. If this is not approved, there are plenty of other new facilities within a mile or two to store their stuff or run their cottage business. And if another facility is needed, there are a lot of undeveloped and vacant land on the fringes of town that could be used. I urge the council to think about Merced's future and avoid the Blackstone Avenue in Fresno and McHenry Avenue in Modesto, and maintain Yosemite Avenue as an attractive thoroughfare. And to clarify, when it comes time to vote, will voting yes Voting yes will reverse the the Planning Commission denial and allow the project to move forward. Is that what we're voting on? Or is voting no will deny the appeal and uphold the denial of the project? I just don't know. I know that's always been a question when it comes time to vote, and I just want to make sure that everybody understands where the vote is and how to vote. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. We'll pause your time at 3 minutes, 11 seconds. Thank you for your comments. Okay, next speaker. All right, good evening, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. My name is Carol Denuzzo. You should probably know that name by now because this is my 4th time speaking on this topic. I really hate public speaking, but this is really important to me, so here I am. I'm here again tonight because these concerns are still unresolved and still deserving of thoughtful, responsible planning. While the developer has made some adjustments since the last time we met, the core issues remain the same. This proposal is still the wrong project for this location. And now there's an additional concern that needs to be spoken plainly. If this project moves forward as a combined package, nothing prevents the developer from building the mini storage facility first and leaving the subdivision stalled or unfinished. We've seen this happen in other communities and ours as well. Storage units get built quickly because they bring instant revenue. Housing, especially housing in awkwardly shaped site or layouts that doesn't truly fit the area, is more complicated and expensive. We could end up exactly with what we don't want: a giant storage facility on a property that was meant to support future commercial office growth, and a vacant, half-prepped piece of land sitting next to it for years. This is exactly why these two projects should not be tied together. They are completely different in use, in zoning, in impact, and in timeliness. Housing must meet community needs, infrastructure needs, and neighborhood compatibility. Storage units, by most planning standards, belong in light industrial zones, not in areas poised for long-term commercial development. Combining these two proposals forces council and the community into an all-or-nothing decision that benefits the developer, not the community, not the city, and certainly not Merced's future. We walk this area every day. We know the flow of our neighborhood. We know its needs, and we know that a mini storage facility does not support the direction this corridor is headed, especially with UC Merced's expansion and growth. This property should complement that growth, not conflict with it. This plan is still a poor fit. It's truly a square peg being forced into a round hole. Changing the number of houses, adjusting lot sizes just doesn't fix the fundamental problem. So tonight I urge you to keep these concerns front and center. The incompatibility of mixing self-storage and housing on this site, the risk of only storage facility being built, the long-term consequences of approving a plan that doesn't align with what this area is zoned for or what Merced truly needs. We aren't opposed to development, we're opposed to bad planning. So please be thoughtful, careful planning this community deserves. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, next speaker, Jennifer.
Next 4 speakers: Tom Clendenin, Lee Bosi, Yeva, Marilyn Sobel, and Michelle Porras.
Okay. All right, Mr. Clendenin. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, staff, city staff, and fellow Mercedians. I come before you tonight in consideration of this appeal. That includes several components: a general plan amendment, a site utilization plan revision, a site plan review permit, and a minor use permit. I'm here to express my strong support for the housing portion, which we've all talked about, and to respectfully ask you to request that we remove the mini storage from this project. Merced has a clear and urgent need for new housing. The residential component of this proposal helps address that need and aligns with the city's long-term growth objectives. Approving the housing would move the city closer to its housing goals and provide new opportunities for local families. We met with the developer and we all agreed on the third design. Actually, I think personally the first two designs were done just so we can make changes, but that's my opinion. The third design has single-story houses completely along the existing neighborhood. However, we did not agree, which the developer did not mention, on the mini storage facility. The only consideration that was done was the hours of operation, which is the same hours of operation as his other facility. It is a completely different type of land use. It does not provide housing. It does not support neighborhood vitality, and it does not match the character or long-term vision for this area. Self-storage facilities just don't belong in this area. They belong in commercial industrial zones, not along in a residential development. Good news is that you can separate these. The attorney even said that tonight. You can separate these two decisions. And I respectfully ask the council to, 1, grant the appeal only as it relates to the residential portion of the project. Number 2, modify the site utilization plan. Number 3, to remove the mini storage as an allowed use. Number 3, approve the general plan amendment and site plan review permit solely for the housing layout only. And 4, deny the minor use permit that authorizes the storage facility. This approach lets the city move forward with badly needed housing while preventing an incompatible non-residential use from being embedded in the neighborhood. Remember, this is only a request. It's not a mandate. It's not a requirement. And if this is approved, believe it or not, there's going to be more mini storages in Merced city limits than there are Starbucks. Thank you for your time and your thoughtful consideration of this project.
Okay, thank you, sir. A lot of Starbucks, that'd be a lot of jobs. All right, welcome, sir.
Honorable Mayor, members of the Merced City Council, my name is Lee Basie. I've been a resident of Merced for over 50 years. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comments on this appeal. I am writing to respectfully clarify a misconception that the council must approve or deny this project in its entirety, without the ability to separate the housing from the mini storage component. With respect, that is not how California land use decision-making works, nor how the city of Merced has historically handled similar matters. The appeal before you is composed of several independent discretionary actions. A general plan amendment, a site utilization plan revision, a site plan review permit, and a minor use permit. Under both state law and Merced Municipal Code, each of these can be approved, denied, or conditioned separately. Cities across California, including Merced, regularly exercise this discretion during appeals by modifying site plans, removing individual uses, or adjusting conditions of approval. You are not obligated to treat this as a single, inseparable yes or no package simply because the applicant presented it that way. For example, it is common for the city to approve a general plan amendment while modifying or denying specific elements of a site plan review. It is also standard for councils to deny a minor use permit for one component of a project while approving the remainder. The law explicitly allows this flexibility so cities can prevent incompatible uses while still supporting beneficial development. Tonight, you absolutely have the ability to approve the housing, which Merced urgently needs, while removing or denying the mini storage, which is a distinct land use requiring its own minor use permit. Nothing in the municipal code requires you to approve the storage component simply because it appears in the same appeal package. Therefore, I respectfully ask the council to grant the appeal only as it relates to the residential portion of the project, to modify the site utilization plan revision to remove the mini storage, to approve the site plan review solely for the housing layout, and to deny the minor use permit associated with the mini storage facility. This approach is lawful, it's a common practice, and it allows Merced to approve needed housing while preventing an incompatible non-residential and what looked like to me a prison from the air, which is being forced into this site if these houses aren't built. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your comments.
Hey, here again. Yeah, just here to talk about today's event. Also, just to putting it on the record that the council is currently voting for these amendments for business owners and bringing in real estate development, whereas the community advisory focus group that is accessible to all members of the community, whether you have economic vested interests in the community or merely are a resident for lifelong generations, family, friends. The advisory committee was canceled abruptly yesterday, and there's no replanning of it, and there was no explanation as to why it was canceled to the public. So just pointing out that the council is voting on this when one of the council members, it's already been pointed out that the applicant was a member of their firm. So yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, next speaker, welcome back.
Good evening, council members. I was actually here at the July meeting, and I have to admit that I was absolutely shocked that the council didn't immediately reject the application. I mean, not only had the Planning Commission unanimously rejected it, but in my opinion, my humble opinion, because I don't actually know a lot about planning, the builder's application seemed very sloppy. They were constantly apologizing for not having drawings ready and not having information ready. They did not work with the community until the council, referred the application back to the Planning Commission, and then they suddenly had an interest in what the community had to say. But as a homeowner in District 4 in the area, I just want to say that I do not think that we need more housing. The fact that people are concerned that they're going to build the self-storage immediately and then just leave the houses unbuilt speaks for itself, that in fact there isn't any great urgency. The current economic situation with extremely high interest rates means it's very unlikely that many people are going to be able to afford $400,000 to $600,000 homes. And right now, 2 blocks from where I live, there is an absolutely beautiful, extremely well-maintained 2-story house that has been on the market for 4 months. And so as a homeowner, I'm actually concerned with the oversaturation of housing in Merced and what impact that's going to have on an eventual ability of people to sell their houses. And I think that's something that people should be concerned about. We're begging for affordable housing, not for $400,000 homes that are going to sit on the market for a long time. And so if there are going to be zoning variances, I do not understand why we do not have zoning variances that allow for more affordable housing. I feel that should be the focus. I was also very concerned with the fact that the council members seemed eager to approve this application. For example, many of the people that objected to it were questioned extremely closely and asked to prove their facts. But when the builder said, oh, we need more self-storage, nobody said, really? Where does that come from? Why do we need more self-storage? What are your stats? Again, tonight we hear it's going to create jobs. How many? Who knows? So there are 2 ways to do growth. One is to build a bunch of houses, and another is to invest in the community, invest in businesses, invest in young people, invest in festivals and art centers and things that will bring people in to spend money in Merced, not to spend money ourselves on roads. I've only lived here 3 years, and Yosemite's already been redone twice, okay? Not to spend money on schools, on sewage. All of that is things that we have to spend money on, and we should spend money on when it's appropriate. But if all we're going to do is give developers carte blanche to build as many expensive houses as they like, we're going to have to pick up the tab. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your comments. All right, Jennifer, anybody else?
We have one more coming up, Mayor.
Okay. Any additional speakers, or is this the last one?
This is the last one.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Michelle Porras. I am a resident of Awani Drive, which basically it's right behind where the construction hopefully won't take place. I am here to voice a strong opposition to the proposed construction of self-storage units within our residential neighborhood. Self-storage units do not contribute at all to the growth, safety, and well-being of our neighborhood. self-storage units provide very little economic benefit by not generating jobs, but instead benefiting a few investors. The hours of operations, as mentioned before by the developer, were adjusted. However, it was also said it will support many jobs by supporting e-commerce. This directly translates into heavy traffic in and out of the units, which represents a source of noise and potentially crime to our calm community. In reality, self-storage units provide very little opportunity for direct employment. They just mostly provide a service for those generating the employments. City planning exists for a reason, to make communities grow in a coherent way. Self-storage units do not belong in this lot. They belong in industrial areas of the city, not next to a surgical center and within residential family neighborhoods. I respectfully but firmly urge you to reject the proposal of storage units. Our community and our neighborhoods deserves thoughtful development. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment. Okay, Jennifer, anybody else from the public?
I believe that's all that we have, Mayor.
All right, it is 7:32. We'll close the public hearing.
Mayor, real quick, the applicant and the appellant do still have time
Yes.
remaining if you want to.
Yes, I was going to mention.
Do that. Okay.
Thank you. So we'll close it. Mr. Benner, I believe, had 9 minutes and 27 seconds left. Mr. Denuso had 3 minutes and 11 seconds left. So the council also have the opportunity to ask questions of them. Actually, you got me, jump right ahead of it. If either the applicant or the appellant would like to speak again, I inadvertently closed it. I can reopen the public hearing to allow that. So I'll reopen the public hearing briefly. If either Mr. Bender or Mr. Denuso would like to use their remaining time right now, they have that opportunity. Again, that's 9 minutes, 27 seconds for Mr. Bender, or else 3 minutes, 11 seconds for Mr. Denuso. And then also during council discussion, council is free to ask either of them questions as well. All right, Mr. Bender. Okay.
Yeah, just quickly wanted an opportunity to just respond to a couple of the comments there. So I think there's a fundamental disagreement or misunderstanding we have. It was mentioned several times that this is not the place for a self-storage. And the model used to be you put it outside of town, and it was a very different product. But the self-storage industry has moved to more of a retail model because people are, like I said, the new economy is here, and it's that distance miles drive just doesn't work to be there sort of on a regular basis. So you'll see it all through the cities in the United States now. They're smaller projects located near where the customers need them. And I can speak for our customers in that we're full and they're asking for more. There's a reason they're coming, that the city is behind on its production of this needed space. The homes are, as someone mentioned, more expensive now. They're getting smaller, and so this is a very cost-effective way to store your other household goods as well. And we're finding more and more of that. And that, again, just needs to be close if you need to dash over. I think, and also I want to point out, we did a thorough study on traffic with the city, and the traffic use actually goes down with this project. As to the examples of landscape, I was actually excited to see some of Mr. Denuso's positive examples were projects that we had actually developed in the past. We are believers in landscape. We like to make things look attractive. If I could just put a slide up. This is the current plan for the park strip, the sidewalk, and then the hedges, the cherry laurel hedges we plan to start behind. I think this is very similar to some of the exhibits he showed earlier in what the intent is on how to use the green space to help the retail setting as well. I think that's about it for my notes, but I just wanted to share those few extra thoughts. Thank you.
Okay, pause at 7:08. Mr. Denuso, you have the opportunity to provide any concluding comments if you like. If you don't want to, that's okay. And then both council also have the opportunity to ask both parties questions after this. Any opportunity to present another rebuttal? 3 minutes, 11 seconds.
Thank you for the opportunity to do a rebuttal. The need for quick e-commerce inventory to me does not make sense. Yes, maybe it's convenient, but there's no place in Merced that you can't get to beyond a 10-minute drive. So it's a 10-minute drive, 15-minute drive out to the airport. It's a 10, 15-minute drive to just about anywhere. So why do we need to have this right next to the center of town on Yosemite Avenue? As far as landscape maintenance goes, that's great. I love landscaping too, but as part of a condition, usually on plan developments, landscaping is always a requirement. But say something happens to the developer at some point, they change management, they sell the facility to another outfit, what's the first thing that gets cut? The costs get cut. And what's the first thing that goes? Landscaping. We see it out in North Merced where planned developments, office buildings change hands, gas stations change hands, the landscaping just goes away. And there's nothing the city can do to enforce it. If the landscaping dies, what are they gonna do? Go to the landowner and say, hey, you need to plant your trees? That's not gonna happen. Not to say that they're gonna go away, but there's always a chance. And if the landscaping goes away around a mini storage facility, now you've got your big blank walls again. Landscaping comes and goes. Just as a forethought, the last couple meetings we've had everybody stand up that was against it. I'd like to see everybody in the audience that's for this project, who wants a mini storage on Yosemite Avenue. I'd like to see everybody stand up for that. And that's mainly the developer team. There's no other citizens in the neighborhood that are standing. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, Mr. Bender, last chance to provide, sir, I don't even know what you call it at this point, sir rebuttal. Okay, see. All right, thank you, sir. All right, yeah, closing. We'll close the public hearing now at 7:38. I want to thank everybody for a very good discussion. I know it's been a long process, multiple hearings in front of the Planning Commission. Now this is the second in front of us on the council. Obviously staff, Larry and your team, everybody else for all your hard work putting the staff presentation together, also all your work being involved in this project over the past few months. Now it's time for us to do our work, and we'll bring it back to council for discussion and or action. Councilmember Harris, you had your name first up in the dais queue.
Thank you, Mayor. Full disclosure, before the meeting tonight, I met with the developer and community members. One of the concerns which I was going to ask the developer about, and which we heard earlier, is the possibility that the housing development is actually a red herring, and that once the mini storage is built, the housing development would not be built. And I would like to hear from the developer about your thoughts on that. As an aside, after 3 p.m., I can't get from Parsons to G Street in 10 minutes. I think 10 minutes is a little optimistic in this town nowadays. About 20 years ago you could, but not today. So Mr. Bender, would you mind?
Good. Thank you, sir. And again, just to repeat, council has the ability, we're past, there's no need to time anybody at this point. Now council has the ability to ask questions of the applicant and the appellant and staff as well.
No, I actually very much appreciate that question. It was one of the things I had in my notes and I missed it. So I think that's a good question. It hadn't crossed my mind that way. I think this, you heard my son speak earlier, and as he mentioned, he's very excited for this to be his first project that he's been involved with. I'm excited for this. In 1994, my partner and I, who's here tonight, we did our first project right across the street behind the church. And we were taught how to provide housing for this community by his father in those years. So it's extremely exciting for me and the family that my son start here. It's a nice feel. So there's, besides the business aspect, there's a personal tie into the family that we're looking forward to this housing community being part of it. It's not a bait and switch at all. They were planned in unison and on purpose. Does that answer your question?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, additional questions, comments from council? Councilmember Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, everybody, for your presentations and consideration of this issue. I want to talk about what I take from the record and where we are. I mean, I think if everybody knows, I represent District 4, where this development is located. And like Councilmember Harris, I want to disclose for the record that on this round, I met with the Heritage folks, the developers. I also met with Mr. Denuzzo, spoke with Mr. Basie on a couple occasions, and on the previous round, had some of the same similar conversations to learn about their perspective. I have to say, the last time this project was before us, it came to us as a mess. And I said this out loud. I personally didn't put a lot of weight in the Planning Commission's decision at that time because I watched the tape. They didn't know what to make of this either. And I watched them say, let's just give it to council, they'll have the final word. So to me, I was hoping that by remanding, giving this issue back to the Planning Commission, it would come to us with a more developed record and a cleaner set of issues that we can consider if and when it was appealed. Frankly, procedurally, it's not worse. So I would be in favor of doing our best to try to resolve these issues tonight. We are faced with kind of a fractured record. So everything has been deemed denied, but the Planning Commission voted 3-2 to deny the general plan amendment and the site utilization plan revision, which are the two of the 4 documents before us that combine aspects of the residential development and the self-storage facility. The Planning Commission voted 3-2 to approve the denial of a site plan review permit and the denial of the minor use permit. Those 2 items are primarily involved in approvals to build the self-storage unit. But everything was deemed denied because that night there were only 5 planning commissioners and they couldn't muster 4 votes to get an approval or denial either way. So here we are. What has not been discussed are a couple of things. One, we are sitting as an appellate body. So most of the time when we're up here, we are representatives for our districts and the delegate from the district to try to do good for the city. Tonight, we're kind of like a bunch of judges. We're supposed to be impartial and reviewing the record and making our best decision based upon the evidence. So another way to say it is sometimes we're all up here trying to win. Right now, we're all trying to make the right decision. As the city attorney said, our choices are to affirm the appeal, to grant the appeal in part, to deny the appeal in total, or to remand back to the Planning Commission. As I said, I don't favor the remand option, but we can make some decisions based upon the 4 documents that are in front of us. Also, the standard hasn't been discussed. Government Code 65358, subpart A, sets out the standard by which a governing body considers a proposed general plan amendment. We have to find the proposed amendment in the public interest. I have not heard those words yet. I'd like to start using those words in our discussion. I look at the record and I see, frankly, as an attorney, I can make this argument both ways. And now I get to know what some of the judges that I stand before have to deal with. On the one hand, I am not in favor of the NIMBY perspective for what it is. I'm not in favor of telling landowners and business owners what to do with their land. But in this instance, we have the discretion whether or not to approve the general plan amendment. So from that perspective, it's also a business risk. If I look at the proposed project, I want to pause here. So the last time, I was pretty upset with everybody involved. I talked about the Planning Commission, but I was disappointed that the developer and the neighborhood weren't talking. And I implored everybody to sit down and have a conversation and try to find a solution so that we didn't have to decide the issue. My colleagues supported that. And I have to give the Heritage team a lot of credit. I give the neighborhood a lot of credit. They sat down and they talked for probably an hour and a half or 2 hours down in the Sandpipes room. I was there the entire time. There were also conversations between the neighborhood. And I think we have to recognize that the developer was listening. I heard some comments about motivation, but the reality is that the developer significantly changed the residential portion of the project. They checked basically all the boxes that I heard that was the concern from the Oakmont neighborhood about what was going to happen on the other side of the fence. And they haven't disclosed numbers to me, and it doesn't matter, but to me, I think they gave up significant dollars by reducing the density and some other changes that were made. I would be reticent if through this process that those advances were lost. Do we want a self-storage facility on Yosemite? This is also my neighborhood. I live up in Davenport Ranch, so I'm driving past this all the time too. And I will say, as somebody elected in 2022, that I think the city is not doing a good job, at least demonstrably, showing that we're planning Yosemite Avenue for the future. The renderings I've seen of the storage facility are more attractive than what's already going up for that hub residential development in McKee and Yosemite. I thought that was a storage facility for a long time. And I don't think the city has had a chance to communicate its vision for Yosemite Avenue in the future, which is part of the problem, right? We don't know how the storage facility is going to fit. Is it going all industrial in what used to be a quaint residential area? Or is this going to be a planned out project after project after project? Somebody mentioned, I think it's maybe Mr. Denuzo, it's great that we support infill development, but the city's policy says that we support infill development, period. I think we really got to think about how that collaborates with existing uses. The building going up on G Street, north of Yosemite Crossing, that's filling in dirt. That's a lot easier. There's settled interests that I think have to be discussed here. So here's the record that I see. To make the argument in favor of the public interest for the project. Well, I mean, the housing is evident. Merced needs more housing. We need good quality housing. I think it's an attractive development. The developers make concessions to support to address the concerns of the neighborhood. And, you know, some people think it's driving our decision, but the state's also mandated that we build a certain amount of housing, and we're behind. So I think that part's easy. The issue is that the way the project has been filed and pursued with the city, they're joined. So it comes down to the storage facility, right? Where's the public interest in that? As was discussed, it does encourage infill development. It is going to provide employment. There's a question of whether or not that land could support more employment, but we have to admit that there will be new jobs. It will stimulate some unknown amount of economic activity by supporting cottage industries. The developer has told me in our conversation, he can speak to it if he likes, that as our and Yosemite project, he estimates about 50% of his renters are using the space to support their home businesses. There is a reasonable basis to believe that storage facilities reduce blight. If people have a place to put stuff, it's not going to end up on the sidewalk. And this wasn't mentioned in the planning report, but I think others have picked up on this. Putting a storage facility in a neighborhood means that the users of the facility are having to drive less distance. So there's fewer vehicle miles traveled to get to the storage facility. That's also one of the city's climate goals in our climate action plan. What's the public interest on the other side? It's also very significant. We have a general plan in place that was constructed in 2012. I've had a chance to read it on multiple occasions. I reread it again this weekend. And it kind of seems a little bit quaint looking at it in 2025 eyes, excuse me. But the general plan that we currently have in place, that's currently in force, calls for a University Village approach to that area of town. It doesn't talk about industrial uses or storage facilities. It talks about research development parks. It talks about commercial office space, which at that time was envisioned to be great demand for UC-affiliated researchers and doctors. And so I think that, unfortunately, the council's being asked to kind of get ahead of our community here by making this decision for you. There's a general plan revise going on in parallel. Somebody brought it up. And so I kind of worry about it, whether or not it's in the public interest to make this decision on this project at this time, when it's a question that's going to be put before the advisory committee during this process. I also don't know where UC Merced is going. I said this in the last meeting, and maybe I got a little chip on my shoulder, but when they were recruiting my wife to take a professor job, they told me that there was going to be a medical school next year. This was 2012. So I kind of think that waiting for there to be this great demand for medical office space would be a little bit foolish. There's low demand right now, and it's speculative to know when and if it will happen. But if you want to talk about the public interest, there's no greater indicator that the storage facility is not in the public interest because of the voices we heard saying that they don't want it there. And so I think we have to figure out how to reconcile these competing interests. We have a developer who, in my personal opinion, is doing right by the community by listening on the residential side. They are right to try to pursue the business opportunity of a business park. We need the housing. I think it's an attractive housing project. The jury is out on the self-storage facility. I'm not going to say that the self-storage facility couldn't be done there, but if you ask me, I think it could be done in a greener, more sustainable way that has fewer impacts on the existing community. And so when I think about what the motion is that I want to support, I'm going to try to find a way to balance all of these competing interests, because our job is to find the public interest, not to take sides in this.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you for all your work too, working with the developer and the neighborhood on this. I know certainly you haven't seen a number of these over the years when the council member whose district this is oftentimes has a lot of pressure placed on them in both directions, and it's oftentimes a difficult position to be in. So thank you for your work on this. All right, anybody else? Additional speakers? Okay, I can jump in. I support the project as is. Just get right down to it. I think the housing certainly is much needed. The storage facility, while not the most exciting project in the world, is by market studies needed. I think what is built are projects that there's a market for, projects that make sense financially. The developer is the one that's making that bet. Any developer has to put a lot of money on the line. I imagine here, in excess of $5 to $10 million. I'm just guessing, millions and millions of dollars to build this thing. And in doing so with the expectation that there's going to be a return and there's a market for it. So the market for it also, that gets, I think, to the public interest as well, because people are willing to pay for that service. People are willing to patronize that business. So I think that certainly gets at the point. And again, being property interest in allowing people who own property, who develop property, who put their money on the line, to giving them some leeway as to what exactly they're going to develop. It certainly doesn't mean that developers get to build everything and to the detriment of the city. And I think, the example was made earlier of streets like McHenry and Modesto, Blackstone and Fresno. And I think Yosemite Avenue is a really good example of a street that's not like that. I think the city's taking good care to try to make Yosemite a more attractive street. And this project, especially the mini storage spot in front, at least as proposed, it offers a lot of landscaping, a lot of greenery, and that really sets it apart from some of those other more blighted commercial corridors, which certainly you drive down those streets and you see those and you realize what we're trying to avoid here. But I think you look at Yosemite and the city recently too, we've certainly put a lot into Yosemite to invest in it, to make that road better. And down the road, it's increasingly more and more important commercial corridor through the north side of Merced. But for those reasons, I support the project. I think Developer 2's made significant concessions on the housing front. Seems to be no dispute at this point between the neighborhood and the developer that the 28 units are satisfactory. Just the only question is the storage facility, and it's a relatively low impact use. Again, not the most exciting project, but certainly a project that there's a big market for. One, and then two, it's a relatively low impact in terms of low traffic coming back and forth, and something that, if you look at the one at Yosemite and R, oftentimes, I live pretty close to that, and for years I didn't even know it was there. So it shows that these projects can be relatively well hidden. They're relatively low impact. There's not a lot of traffic coming and going from, and for that reasons, I'm in support. All right, Councilmember Jean.
All right, so my thoughts on this, I disagree with the housing as proposed. I think we need, as Councilmember Smith mentioned, we are behind in building houses, but that's the primary bulk that we're missing are affordable housing, right? High, medium density housing. And so I think the shift from high, medium density here to low, medium density, I disagree with. I think we should have more affordable housing, especially in the area with regards to the gated community. I'm not fond of that. I've been a huge advocate for mixed income, mixed use neighborhoods. And typically that includes, if we're thinking about storage unit, that's fine, right? But the problem is that when you're talking about mixed use, mixed income, walkable, bikeable neighborhoods, your main target audience is the neighborhood that are nearby, right? So if that neighborhood are not going to be utilizing that space, right, there's no point of having it there. And so I'm not fond of the storage unit in this case because all it's gonna really do is encourage folks to drive to it, to utilize it, rather than putting the site at a location that are gonna be utilized by the local neighborhoods. And so I'm not fond of either the housing portion or the storage facility portion.
Okay, thank you, sir. Councilor Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple of observations. I don't have a dog in this fight. I don't drive down Yosemite Avenue regularly, but I know appearances matter. When you're driving down a neighborhood and you look to the left and the right, it matters what you see. And to be honest, when you put up those competing photographs of office space versus storage space, I wasn't really swayed by either of them. No, the office space didn't come across to me as, well, that's so much better. You know, there was still buildings, there's still hardscapes and stuff. The other observation I have is I don't really feel good saying, well, we should just kick this to South Merced. Isn't that what we've been hearing earlier tonight and other things, is that we should spread the wealth, so to speak. This is a project that I don't think South Merced would be happy with either. So I'm still torn, but I'm not swayed by the appearance factor. Like the mayor said, I drive by that R Street project and I don't even notice that it's self-storage. It's well landscaped, well designed. And can builders and owners skimp on landscape afterwards? Absolutely. So can homeowners. You know, we've driven by and seen private homes that are ugly in a neighborhood. I don't know what to tell you about that other than code enforcement does what code enforcement does. That's all.
Okay, thank you, sir. Mayor Pro Tem Boyle.
Thank you. And for full transparency, I did meet with the developer and with some of the community members as well to talk about this. I love your talk about being judges, because that's how I feel like we're seeing a case right now of which we're going to go with. So I love that you mentioned that. So, you know, hearing the concerns expressed about this proposal, you know, many of the worries about whether it's the heat, the noise, and neighborhood disruption, I just don't see how those create measurable harm. And for the self-storage, when we're making these land use decisions, we have to ground those decisions in facts and not speculations. The design along Yosemite Avenue, which I'm glad the developer did show, and like you guys have said about the Yosemite and ours storage facility, I forgot it was even there. The only reason why I knew it was there was because of this whole discussion. So you drive by it, it's beautiful. Well, it's beautiful, but it's not a blight in that area. So, you know, these buildings will be tucked behind trees, landscaping, greenery, and not concrete block walls. That was one of my questions, because we do have a graffiti issue here in town. So having that greenery, it is important, especially for that neighborhood. That was a concern of mine. So knowing that they are going to make sure that landscaping is overall aesthetic for the corridor. The This project also serves as an appropriate buffer between the homes and other high-intensity uses that would create noise, odors, traffic, activity late at night. From a practical standpoint, placing the self-storage only on the outskirts of Merced forces residents to drive farther for a basic service. Locating a facility within the community improves the convenience, reduces vehicle miles traveled and emissions, and better serves the day-to-day needs of nearby residents. As our housing supply grows, storage becomes an essential part of service, and having facilities in accessible locations matter. Just like was said, do we want our belongings to be out and about, or can we find a place that they can be stored properly? This project activates long vacant land with a low impact, neighborhood friendly use. It doesn't disrupt the area, it supports it. It helps keeps garages and yards uncluttered, complements nearby housing, and provides a much needed service without adding congestion or noise. From the facts that we have in revised design, the low impact use and the landscaping improvements all make this a reasonable and community friendly project. This was a thoughtful, well-designed project that benefits the neighborhood and the city as a whole. I understand the concerns that were raised, but without data to support them, I cannot justify opposing a project that fits this area, responds to the community feedback, and provides a low impact service that our residents already need.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Boyle. Just, I forgot to mention as well, I've had conversations with both opponents of the project and met with the applicant as well. Councilmember Smith.
Thank you. So I appreciate the chance to have everybody kind of get out where we are. I'm thinking about the public interest. If we're going to make a decision on this project before our citywide advisory committee can really deliberate these issues, I think we need to give a little bit more weight to the residents. I'm the only one who's going to be driving by this project. You guys live in different parts of town, which is not a problem, but we're going to be asking the folks who spoke here today, and also in Silverado and also in the Birds, to give up a piece of the University Village concept that they've come to know and rely upon since about the early 2010s. And I think that deserves a little more weight than I'm hearing. I think there's pretty good approval of the residential side. I think the residents want to see, if we're going to go with the storage facility route, I think they want to see it fit a little bit better with the character of their neighborhood. And I don't think it's a stretch to think that 3 acres of concrete with less insulated metal walls is going to create a heat problem, particularly for the people who are living right next door. So I think there's a way to do it that's a little bit more palatable to the neighborhood. And I think given the posture of the appeal in front of us, there's a procedural way to do it. And so also do it in a way that the residential project can hopefully go forward if the developer is willing.
Yeah. What's that?
Well, particularly given the way that the Planning Commission took these up, I mean, I think we can grant the appeal and approve the general plan amendment and the site utilization plan review, and we can deny the appeal without prejudice with regard to the site plan review permit and the minor use permit, which are, the site plan review permit allows the development of 500 storage units. The minor use permit, which is there to protect the residents who live next door. It allows, it's the green light to allow commercial development adjacent to low density residential zones. I think there's a way to green up the storage facility. I think there's a way to punch up the landscaping, and I think maybe people who are smarter than me can get a more energy efficient roofing so that it doesn't suck up as much heat in the summertime and alleviates one of the principal concerns that I heard from the neighborhood. I'm in agreement with you guys, the project should go forward, but I think we need to give a little bit better weight to the people who are directly impacted. So if I was going to make a motion, I would use our discretion to grant the appeal in part and deny it in part in the way I discussed.
Turning to City Attorney Cornwell. Could you unpack some of...
Did I follow all that?
Yes.
I did. You have 2 resolutions before you. One that approves the 4 permit applications. Denial of general Planning Commission's recommended denial of general plan amendment, site utilization plan, denial of minor use permit, and denial of site plan review. You can, you have the ability to approve it holistically, and you have the ability to call these out and approve or deny a combination as the councilman has proposed.
Okay. And if we parse it out, what's the practical implications of parsing it out?
We have, as proposed,
Yes.
you have the general plan amendment would go forward. You have the, we have an ordinance for the site utilization plan that would go forward. The denial of the minor use permit, that would not allow, if denied, if it remains denied, that's a document that allows the commercial and residential to be adjacent. And the site plan review is the document that's mostly specific to the self-storage aspect of the proposal.
My suggestion was to deny the appeal with regard to the last two documents without prejudice. Meaning you can come back.
What changes would, and if I recall from the last meeting, you said you would support you're ready to approve the last time, if I'm not mistaken. What changes would you be looking for now, and how is it, and why have you changed in that regard?
Last time I said I was ready to decide it.
Yes.
And I was really frustrated with everybody involved. So we're in a different place because people have worked together to come up with a better project. But like I just said, I do think that the storage unit can work there. I think it needs to be modified so it better fits with the character of the neighborhood. And I don't know that the developers had a chance to hear this direct feedback from the neighborhood about the design of the storage facility. I think they deserve a chance to think about that and come with a project that touches on some of those concerns. Like I said, greenery, lighting, reducing the amount of heat retained by the facility. It's also going to give the neighborhood a chance to think about this and understand that it might be coming. And this isn't about politics, but I'll just share with you guys that Councilmember Zhang is signaling he's voting no. So this project won't get approved if I don't vote for it. So I would like to see us pursue this grant in part, deny in part path.
No, I think we're all pretty good at counting to 4 up here. We understand. Okay, so I'm trying to get your sense here. So you want, the issues you want addressed are the landscaping, the heat. Those are, what else was there? Potential things that could, that you would like to see addressed by the developer.
So you see the plan. There's no landscaping on the interior.
Okay.
I don't know. I'm not a landscape architect. I'm not an engineer. I'm an attorney with a PhD in brain biology. But I don't think that these issues have been addressed by people who are skilled and smarter than me on these issues. And the city did not consider these issues. That's not a criticism, but it wasn't on the checklist of things that were considered. You can read the negative mitigation. You can read the EIR comments. It seems like everything but this was considered.
Okay.
And we're a city that's adopted the Green Building Code. So we can probably do a better job in this. What I'm really saying is just a minor aspect.
Okay. Are there things that we could, this is again turning to Councilmember Smith and then others as well, feel free to jump in. Are there things we could do today to approve with conditions that would satisfy you? Or Scott, is there anything you could suggest in that regard?
Can we add conditions to the CUP?
Mayor, excuse me, that was a great question. That was kind of along the lines I was going to ask. Are there conditions we could add tonight for some finality versus going back out with some direction and coming back with a proposal? I'm wondering if perhaps you want to take some action tonight to, I don't know, take action where you're comfortable and maybe continue where you're not, or have some conditions tonight where you could make modifications to get some finality to this item or not.
I mean, I like finality, but, am I in a position to dictate to the developer and the neighborhood what I think is acceptable? I mean, I don't think that's something that we can do. What I'm suggesting is give people a chance to sit down and think about it.
Could I ask the developer, Mr. Bender, if you could come up, sir, please? And then with respect to those concerns addressed by Councilmember Smith with respect to the storage facility, other beautification, the heat, addressing potential heat issues, greenery, landscaping, what sort of options are there?
Yeah, if I understand it correctly, and I was trying to follow the procedural suggestions, but there's it sounds like maybe a desire to move forward with the storage, however, with some conditions that there be more thought into architecture and landscape and the heat. Do I understand that correctly? And if so, I think we can make progress in those areas.
At a high level, yes.
Yeah. Yeah. I think, I'm not sure procedurally, but it seems like if with the understanding that we can move forward, then, and we isolate those as conditions, and then we just go to work on that, yeah, so.
I mean, on the procedural question, I'll defer to Scott and Craig, City Manager McBride and City Attorney Cornwell. But I mean, again, we don't have the expertise to sit up here and start dictating how these plans get changed. I'd rather give this kind of direction and move forward.
Yeah.
And let them do a good job with it and come back with a good product.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
But under the proposal, there'll be two documents not moving forward.
Yeah, because I think they should be denied as drafted. But like I said, without prejudice to coming back. And look, by granting the appeal with regard to the two major items is a signal that the project is moving forward. And so this is worth the developer's time to work with the neighborhood and work with us to come up with a better, more palatable project.
Okay, Councilmember Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. I wonder if we could ask the acting planning manager to weigh in on this as far as procedural items.
Okay. Johnny Land.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Harris. As mentioned, there are conditions that you could assign. If that includes additional landscaping, if you would like to have them come back to with a design that you could consider, I think that would be a continuance of some sort. But I think Mr. Cornwell has sort of given direction on what the options are, but we could handle some of these concerns through conditions if you so desire.
All right. Turn back to Councilmember Smith. Are you interested in approving with conditions and direction to staff as Ms. Land states, or would you prefer to have something that would eventually come back to council for final approval?
I don't know how long we want to sit here and work out these conditions. I've been frustrated with the haphazard way in which this has come to us. I would strongly prefer to let people sit down in quiet and come back to us with a revised site plan review permit and minor use permit request based upon a different concept of the storage facility.
Okay. Councilmember Harris.
I would support that, that approach also.
Thank you.
All right, is there any further discussion or a motion to that effect? And every motion, given the complexity here and all the wording, I think every motion will first run it by the city attorney to make sure everything is square.
Well, I can take a stab. I'll make a motion to grant the appeal, Appeal 25-0004, with respect to the Planning Commission's denial of General Plan Amendment 24-02, and grant the appeal with respect to the Planning Commission's denial of Site Utilization Plan Revision Number 3 to Plan Development Number 20. As also part of the same motion, I'll move to deny the appeal without prejudice with respect to Site Plan Review Permit 551 and Minor Use Permit Number 24-13, with a request to staff and the developer to reconsider some of the elements of the storage facility along the lines that we have discussed and the comments that I and others have made.
Okay, is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Okay, and City Attorney Cornwell, does that adequately reflect the discussion so far and the points made by Councilmember Smith and seconded by Councilmember Harris?
It does, yes.
All right, everybody clear? Clear what we're voting on? Okay, motion and a second. Pending no further discussion, we'll call for the question. Jennifer.
I have a motion by Councilmember Smith and a second by Councilmember Harris. And just to clarify, I don't need to read anything from the resolution titles. Okay, perfect.
Correct.
Mayor and council, please cast your votes. Okay, the motion passes with Councilmember Zhang voting no and Councilmember DuPont recusing himself.
All right, thank you, everyone. We'll take a short break. It's 8:18 right now. We'll return at 8:25. Thank you. Healing and denial, everything gets all twisted up, so. All right. Is there a motion with respect to ordinance 2585?
I will move.
Second.
And this is the first reading.
Okay.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Smith and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Boyle. The motion will include the introduction of ordinance 2585, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Merced, California, changing the land use designation for 3.19 acres from commercial office to self-storage at 1380 East Yosemite Avenue, and for 4.86 acres from commercial office to residential at 3595 Parsons Avenue, generally located at the southwest corner of East Yosemite Avenue and Parsons Avenue. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. Okay, and the motion passes with Councilmember DuPont recusing himself and Councilmember Zhang absent.
Okay, thank you, Jennifer. We'll invite Councilmember DuPont back into the council chambers, and we'll take up our second public hearing of the night, agenda item I2.
Okay, agenda item I2, public hearing, potential introduction of ordinance 2584, amending section 10.16.010, speed limits of the Merced Municipal Code.
Thank you, Jennifer. Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. You may recall the City of Merced conducted its last speed zone study in 2017. It was adopted by City Council on August 4th of 2018. The current speed zone study has expired, which means the police department is unable to enforce posted speed limits throughout the city utilizing a radar or LiDAR system. The city contracted with JLB Traffic Engineering to conduct the recent engineering and traffic survey. They are here tonight to present their findings and the study, and have a presentation to you to comment on tonight.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Matt Art.
All right, good evening, sir.
Good evening, Council. My name is Matt Arndt with JLB Traffic Engineering, and I'll be discussing the speed study update. This speed study update was prepared pursuant to the California Vehicle Code and the California MUTCD. This included 237 street segments. 86 of these segments were extended from the prior speed study. 5 were classified as business district segments, and 46 were classified as resident district segments. These will be kind of described more thoroughly in the next slide. 100 of the segments were updated using speed gun surveys. Of these 237 street segments, 145 remain unchanged from the last speed study. 77 segments were lowered, and 15 segments had their speed limits raised. Here is a flow chart that shows the general process to the recommendation that was made within the report. The first step was classifying which segments were to be designated as residence or business districts. Essentially, this would contain any street segments that have a certain number of residents with access affronting the segment, or a certain percentage of businesses that have access to the segment. These can be classified in perpetuity as long as the general segment has not had any changes to it. Once the residence or business districts have been classified, we collected volume and collision data for the remaining segments. This data was used to determine which speed limits would be extended from the prior study. Segments that had growth rates or collision rates below a certain threshold, as well as general number of lanes and frontage, no major construction to the roadways, would be extended. And once the segments that were to be extended were determined, the remaining segments, which were the 100 segments that were to be updated, were collected new spot speed data The spot speed data used the 85th percentile speed and rounded to the nearest 5 mile per hour increment. There's two methods within the California MUTCD. Method 1 would occur when a speed limit is going to be rounded down to the nearest 5 mile per hour increment. For instance, if it was 42 miles per hour, it would round down to 40. And with the correct supplemental information, such as collision data, it would be lowered an additional 5 miles per hour. Method 2, which would take a speed limit that would be rounded up to the nearest 5 mile per hour increment, such as 43 miles per hour. Method 2 would instead round that down to 40 miles per hour. Further reduction was also investigated in certain scenarios. This consisted of any segments with a high collision rate of serious injuries or fatalities, or a high concentration of pedestrians or bicyclists, especially those considered vulnerable groups. That contains students, seniors, and those with disabilities. This slide displays the two different figures. On the left, you'll see the segments that were lowered, and on the right, you will see the segments that were raised. This doesn't include all the segments, just those that were lowered or those that were raised, and it just kind of gives a general idea of how this speed study impacted the prior, or how it adjusted the prior recommendations in the prior speed study. The next few slides will just be tables, and I'll kind of breeze through these, but as you'll see, this is a table that displays lowered speed limits. The first category is the business districts. All 5 business districts were existing posted at 30 miles per hour and are being recommended at 25. And a majority of the residence districts were also either posted at 30 or 35 and are being recommended to be posted at 25. And just to reiterate, this is in perpetuity as long as these segments do not have any major changes. This is just more residence districts that will have lowered speed limits. And these are the updated segments which had lowered speed limits. And this is a continuation of that table. And finally, this is the table of the, I believe, 17 segments that were to be raised speed limits according to the data and the information that was analyzed in the speed study. And with that, I'll open it to questions.
Do you have anything from the public?
We don't have anything for this item, Mayor.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Boyle.
Thank you. From your presentation, you have the lowered speed limits at the title of the spreadsheet following it. But then on the ones that were raised, it's the only one that says recommendations. Are all of these recommendations or just the ones that are increased?
These are all recommendations.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Okay, Councilman Jean.
On slide 3, I believe, where you're talking about the process of the recommendation, that last portion, and maybe I might have missed it, on further reduction, is that something in which was already considered in making the recommendation, or is this a step in which we make further reduction to the recommended speed limits?
That was considered while conducting the speed study report.
Okay. So for example, with Appendix C, where it shows the number of collisions in each of these segments, they already account for the rate of collision for serious injuries or fatalities. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilman Smith.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I found your red line of the proposed ordinance to be very helpful. It looks like overall, certainly in District 4, but overall it looks like speed limits are going down, maybe 5 miles an hour or so. That's borne out by the data, the radar data and other sources of data?
Yeah, that's correct. As could possibly be seen in these tables, some of them are the business and residence districts, and this is where we did field surveys and also Google Map surveys where we just observed the streets and kind of classified them based off of properties that had access to these segments. So some of them were based off of what's currently out there in the street layout, and some of them were from the speed gun surveys.
So, I mean, certainly focusing on District 4 obviously is my district, but I'm very glad to see speed limits going down in some of our residential roads and collectors like Columbia, Cherokee, El Portal. I know residents complain about speed a lot, so this is, I think, beneficial. I don't know if this question is for you, sir, or for the guys in blue over there, but I mean, should we be concerned that if the speed limit is too low, that it kind of lacks legitimacy and people are just going to forget about it?
I can speak to this a little bit. I think a lot of this report is based off of speed gun data and general conditions of those existing roadways. So it's not just data that's just, or recommendations that are thrown out there. They're based off of existing data and roadway conditions.
So another way to say it is, this is the speed at which 85% of people are actually driving?
That's correct.
Okay. And Captain Dabney, what do you think?
Yes, no, absolutely. He's correct. The 85 percentile is the average that they're using in order to, and what we're seeing, I think, with the decrease of speed, that really plays to the amount of traffic that we have going through the city nowadays. So because we have so much more vehicles on the roadway, it just kind of automatically slows down traffic, and I think that's what we're seeing a lot of through the 85 percentile or through the speed guns. They're seeing that the speed is slowing down, and so therefore, based on the 85 percentile, we're getting lower speed. So a lot of it has to do with congestion, I believe, at this point.
Well, at least there's something good that comes from traffic.
Absolutely.
Captain Dabney, maybe I'll just stick with you. The one thing that did jump out to me was I saw East North Bear Creek going up from 35 to 40. Doesn't that just mean more cars are going to end up parked in the creek every now and then?
That is definitely a concern on Bear Creek. You know, it's a windy road. You know, it is a recommendation at this point at the 85 percentile, and council, I do believe, has the authority to make those changes if you feel that that's too fast.
Well, I mean, you heard me talking about the subdivision. I'm not going to jump in and micromanage, but I would just personally ask that we keep an eye on that one.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Definitely. Thank you.
Thank you both.
To that point made by Captain Dabney, could we, I don't know who would be the best person to answer, just so everybody's on the same page, what authority and discretion do we have in terms of following the recommendations, rejecting the recommendations, and or coming up with totally new speed limits on our own? Yeah, just like grinning.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. My name is Jose Luis Benavides. I'm with JLB Traffic Engineering. Matt and I, as well as the city, have been working on this project. Generally, you're supposed to follow the California Vehicle Code and the California MUTCD. You're not supposed to, in an ad hoc, set a speed limit. We can look at specifically Bear Creek if you want us to take a second look at that one. It is the 85th percentile is what we recommended, but we can relook at that to see if anything else that could be done on that particular road. But you are supposed to generally follow the empirical data.
Okay. Follow the recommendations, and then if we have any qualms with any of these recommendations, we can ask you about it now, and either one, more follow-up work to be done, or two.
You still have to have a second reading on this ordinance.
Okay.
So you can ask us to take a look at that segment or a particular segment, and we would do so.
Okay. All right, Mayor Pro Tem Boyle.
Thank you. So out of the 15 raised speed limits, 8 of them are in District 5, and I'm very concerned with the limits, especially the ones on M Street. it is a huge accident area, and I think if we were to just raise it by 5 miles per hour, it's just going to increase or influence others to drive even faster. I know people are going 60 miles and over down M Street. But the number of crashes and accidents that I have seen in this area, and it's in the middle of multiple schools where people are walking, I'm just very concerned. M Street going to 45, Olive Avenue to going 50 miles per hour. North Bear Creek was another one from going 35 to 40. I would love for these to be looked at. If there are any of the other streets on the raised speed limits from the other districts, I'm in full support. I mean, even down M Street, it's not in my district, but it is in District 6. Down M Street from Yosemite Avenue to Lehigh, which goes 45 to 50, which if you drive down that area, I know people are definitely going 50 or more, but it is absolutely scary seeing these people drive this speed down M Street. And it's been a huge concern of mine since being elected. So I would love for these areas to be looked at again. Even our street between Loughborough Drive and Yosemite Avenue. Rivera is right there. So these are just some areas that it's not just, it's a school zone, but at the same time, there are individuals that are walking in this area frequently. So it is a concern.
Thank you. All right. Jennifer, did we, again, you said no public comments?
That's correct.
And I refresh my memory, did we open the public hearing? I don't think we did.
We have not.
Okay, so open the public hearing. Now it's 8:48. Do we have anything from the public? Still no?
We still know.
Okay, still nothing in the last 3 seconds. All right. This is a public hearing on this item. You heard on speed speed limit changes throughout the city. This is our speed limit study that we have to do in order to have or to do this in a smart way. So we have speed limits that are rationally related to road conditions and traffic conditions. Okay, seeing no takers, we'll close the public hearing again. It is 8:48. We'll bring it back to council for further discussion, questions, and action. Councilmember Smith.
Thank you. So a couple of thoughts on what's the best way to address areas where we maybe think some changes should be made. When I brought up East North Bear Creek, to me, there's an additional element of the curvature of the road and the fact there's no sidewalks that maybe the prevailing speed is not the only criteria we should look at. In terms of the speed corridors, I completely agree with Mayor Pro Tem Boyle. Perhaps the issue is not for council to ad hoc point things out, but maybe ask staff to go back and look at our speed corridors, GMR, Childs, and what does the data look like if we assess the 90th percentile? Right, tighten it up a little bit. Not let the speeders sort of pull the speed up, as you will.
Councilman Smith, if I could suggest perhaps staff will take all of the increased segments and review those and bring those back, each and every one of them.
That would work for me.
Okay,
Councilor Good suggestion, thank you.
Sure. Councilor Jean.
Yeah, so I was going to bring up M Street as well. So first off, I don't have any issues with how the speeds are lower or increased, even on M Street, right? I do think it's important that we evaluate M Street to the extent that there have been car accidents here, right? There have been pedestrians hit and killed off of M Street, and increasing the speed here is going to make injuries even worse, right? But with all that in mind, I think that increasing or decreasing the speed here doesn't matter as much as developing the infrastructure to ensure that people are safe, right? So for example, off of M Street, we have a walk path right down the middle of that median, right? We're encouraging people to walk across traffic. And so I think that's something where we need to evaluate. Even if we lower the speed, we're still encouraging folks to cross M Street to get into that middle median and walk down it, right? And then on top of that, there's no protections there from vehicles going off onto that median. There's cars off of Donna and Buena Vista are encouraged to go across M Street as well, right? And so I think it's not a matter of the speed limit in this case. It's a matter of our infrastructure. Like, why are we allowing folks to cross across M Street? And we're increasing the speed here. And so, or as recommended here, that's going to make things even worse. They're going to have to just speed through that intersection. And so I think it's important that we, regardless of which, if we're going to evaluate or reevaluate the speed limit changes, we need to evaluate the infrastructure needed to enforce and encourage folks to drive at the recommended speed limits. We know that if we just change the postage from 30 miles to 25 miles per hour, that's not going to change driving behaviors. All right, so like we need to really evaluate how are we going to put in infrastructure to reduce speed. It could be lateral lane changes, right? It could be medians. It could be curb extensions, right? If we're talking about pedestrian visibility. Again, I'm thinking M Street because folks are going to be crossing there. So to me, I want to see these type of recommendations coming along with the speed recommendations in terms of like how do we actually propose infrastructure changes alongside of these speed changes.
Yes, sir. No, I think you're 100% right that infrastructure makes an enormous difference, but it's expensive, and oftentimes we don't have the resources to do it. I think we had a couple years back, there was a list of a number of traffic changes and traffic safety improvements, and I think the whole bill for all of it was probably in excess of $100 million. So it's just, we try to be strategic where we can, but just not always feasible, unfortunately, to do all that. But certainly, I think you're certainly correct that infrastructure matters immensely. Councilmember Harris.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for a great presentation. 3 E's of traffic, right? Education, engineering, and enforcement. This is the engineering part. Signage will be the education part. Ball's in your court for enforcement. North Bear Creek going from 35 to 40. I'd love to see them slow down to 40, but I travel Bear Creek daily, and 40 is not even a minimum. You know, the speed down Bear Creek, M Street, absolutely. I agree with Mayor Pro Tem Boyle that that's just something waiting to happen, that speed at that in those locations. But one thing that does work is enforcement. So I would hope that when these go into effect, that we see increased enforcement in these vulnerable areas.
Okay. All right, so I guess let's work through this. Does anybody have any issues with the lowered speed limits? With the recommended speeds being lower now? I guess what's up on the screen right now. Any issues? Anybody have any problems with those? Okay, seeing no one. Could we go to the next slide, please? Okay, lowered speed limits continued. Anybody have any issue on the screen? Okay, seeing none, can you go to the next? Second, lowered speed limits continued. Anybody have any issues? For third. Okay, and this one, anybody have any issue at all with any of the lowered speed recommendations? Okay, seeing none. There was some talk about the increased speed limit recommendations. Could we go on to that slide? So for the raised speed limits. Okay. Our city engineer requested potential further analysis of all of those. Is that, Daryl, is that you want us to narrow that down a little bit to save you some work, or is it best to, are you okay kind of looking at all of these?
I'm okay with looking at all those, Mayor. That's not a lot of work to look at those, so.
Okay. All right, is everybody okay with that approach? Following the recommendations on all the requests to lower, or the recommended lowered speed limits, and then on the recommended raised speed limits, we'll send it back for a little further work and to see if something can be done about rethinking some of those.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Okay. Councilmember Jean.
Would anybody be open to having engineering provide infrastructure recommendation that would encourage folks to drive at the recommended speed limits?
I don't think that's before us tonight. I think that's outside the scope of this, but probably, I mean, it's certainly a needed topic, but I don't know if I turn to Craig, but I think it seems like a little outside of our scope tonight.
Could not be implemented as part of the speed study?
It's probably outside of their
expertise as well. Yeah.
Expertise.
Yeah.
Mayor, if I could comment on that, Mayor?
Yes.
I think what we're talking about is traffic calming options to slow the traffic down, is what you described, Councilman Zhang. So I think that'd be more in our CIP program where we would need you to authorize monies that we could put into the CIP program to look at different calming devices throughout the city. That would typically where we would have to find the money, see if we can finance these options.
Okay, I understand. And the reason I ask is simply because I'm not comfortable with us changing the speed limits without actually addressing infrastructure behind it.
Understood.
But I understand.
Okay, next, Councilmember Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. Is that something we can take up during our planning sessions? The
Strategic planning.
right, our
Yeah.
infrastructure and
Sure.
improving.
Yeah, and we do it. We're constantly doing it, but it's just the resources are, can't do everything at once. Mayor Pro Tem Bull.
Thank you. I was just going to make note in regards to the CIPs, it has been on our list for a while with the M Street, Buena Vista, Donna. So it has been on there for a while. I think it's in design, if I remember the last update, but at the end of the day, it's the money. So it's been a priority of mine, and now seeing this, I mean, that whole area needs to be looked at, but I'm just glad that we're at least addressing this for right now.
Okay. All right, further discussion, comments, or motion?
Motion.
Okay, there's- yeah.
I got beat on my comment.
Okay, go ahead, Craig. We have a motion pending. We're not quite sure what it is exactly yet, but we'll find out. And the city attorney had
Let
a,
me revise that real quick.
Okay.
It's a motion with the proviso that the raised limits be given more study.
okay. So a motion to follow the recommendations on the lowered speed limits and then to have further analysis of any potential raised speed limits as shown on this slide right here.
Correct.
Okay. Is there a second to that?
Second.
Okay, a motion and second. Discussion. I think our city attorney had a comment. Mr. Cornwall.
I'm sorry. I just lost my place. I was going to make a recommendation that since this is on as first reading of an ordinance, we could continue the public hearing and come back with a first reading that includes the raised speed limit, the new research, so that it can all continue together. Because I don't see a way to split the first reading of an ordinance with approving the lower rates and pushing the raised speed limits back for further consideration.
Got it. Okay. Councilmember Harris, would you be willing to modify your motion to that effect?
Absolutely.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Harris and a second by Councilmember Smith. Mayor and council, please cast your votes.
Second.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, sorry. And the motion passes unanimously.
If it was smart, he's still waiting for Shane's second. He's the only one. All right. On to our action items.
Okay, agenda item J, action items. J1, adoption of a resolution approving the 24-25 Local Transportation Fund claim form in the amount of $756,873 to be filed with the Merced County Association of Governments.
Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mayor. Local transportation funds are administered by the state of California and allocated through the Merced County Association of Governments, which we call MCAG. Based upon population, the city of Merced's entitlement for the 2024-2025 fiscal year is $756,873. Staff met with the Transportation Subcommittee on September 30th, 2025 to discuss funding options for the LTF, and Mission Avenue was mentioned as in need of necessary repair. Staff was advised to fund a rehabilitation project in front of the Community Park 42. These funds will be used to help fund the much-needed repairs for the following project: Mission Avenue Road rehabilitation. The project scope includes roadway rehab along East Mission Avenue from Tyler Road to G Street, as well as improvements to the intersection of Tyler Road and East Mission Avenue adjacent to Community Park 42. I'm here to answer any questions you may have on this.
Okay, questions for our city engineer? Five vote aye. Okay, Councilmember Dupont.
Thank you, City Engineer. Appreciate the report. Do we have any expected time frame of being able to start or complete this project?
Well, our definite goal is to get this completed before we open the park, and the park's opening next summer, so as quickly as possible before that time. So we'd like to get it paved when the weather gets better, probably in the springtime when we can put the pavement down. Okay. So, yeah.
Thank you.
And what sort of pavement project will this be? Will this be an overlay or something different?
It'll be just a 2-lane for now, not the 4 full-lane build-out that we'll need a lot more money for over time, but at least get the frontage around the park and access fixed up. So it's probably going to be maybe a reconstruction up to about 12 inches or so of the pavement. So,
okay, sounds good. All right, Councilor Jean.
On a question on that, how long do we expect the life of this to last us before going to the 4 lanes?
This one will probably give us an extra 15, 16 years of life on this. When we come back with the larger project, it'll extend it even further.
Okay. All right, Jennifer, anything from the public?
We don't have anything, Mayor.
Okay, back to council. Additional discussion or motion? Councilor Dupont.
Thank you, Mayor. I mean, this project is probably one of the most asked projects that I get is the fixing of Mission Avenue, and specifically between Mission and Tyler, that section. This is a wonderful project to start off on. Obviously, looking for the further development of Mission Avenue, but this definitely needs the time and attention. And I think I've stated before, McKee is one of the worst. I'd say Mission can put, some of the money to what McKee is. So, I appreciate the attention to detail on this project. I think it's very important as well, having CP42 there. We have a large investment in CP42, and we want to continue when individuals from not only inside the city but outside the city come to CP42. It brings an image to the city that we want to continue. So thank you, and I appreciate the due diligence, the hard work on this project.
All right, funny story I'll share real quick. We did a mock city council meeting with an FFA group in here one time, and we debated whether or not to build CP42. And so we had a big debate over it, and then the kids, their final vote is a close vote, but their final vote was not to build CP42 at the time because of the condition of Mission. Mission needed to be improved first before we put all that in. So this, I guess, this solves the problem. So,
with that, Mayor, I'd move to approve.
Thanks, sir. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Dupont and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Boyle. The motion will include the adoption of Resolution 2025-69, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Merced, California, approving the local transportation fund claim to be filed with the Merced County Association of Governments for the fiscal year 24-25. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. Okay, and the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, council.
Thank you. Thank you, Daryl. Great project.
Agenda item J2, approval of a fiscal year 24-25 supplemental appropriation from the unencumbered unreserved fund balance of Fund 1020 Affordable Housing in the amount of $218,000 and transferring to Fund 2500 Housing Administration.
Ms. Rodriguez.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Tonight, the item before you is requesting a supplemental appropriation from the unencumbered unreserved fund balance of Fund 1020, which is the Affordable Housing Fund, in the amount of $218,000. And this would be for last fiscal year 24-25. And this is to help the Housing Administration Fund for some of the work that they did throughout the year on affordable housing projects or administration, monitoring, tracking. So the way that housing receives funding is typically through the grant process and through project delivery costs. So they had put together a budget, and some of those projects did not come to fruition. There was some monitoring that was done by HUD, and the way that they were receiving activity delivery costs, we had to kind of adjust the way that we were doing that. And because of all those things, the fund that came up short for the year. And so now that we're finalizing transactions for last year, kind of figuring where the fund's ending balances are, we found that the housing fund did have quite a bit of a shortage. So in order to move forward with the current year and have a good beginning balance, we are requesting some funds to come from the Affordable Housing Fund.
Questions? Jennifer, anything from the public?
Nothing for this item, Mayor.
Okay, back to council for further discussion or a motion.
Motion.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, that's a motion to approve. And we have a motion from Councilmember Harris, a second from Councilmember DuPont. Pending discussion, Councilmember Jean.
Something similar to this came to council back in May, I believe, with regards to revising the Affordable Housing Fund to allow housing admin costs to be a part of that. I disagree with that. I still disagree with it here. I don't think that the Affordable Housing Fund should be utilized for administrative cost. As I mentioned before in the past, that cost should be budgeted as part of the general plan or general budget, and transfers in should be coming from there rather than from the Affordable Housing Fund. The Affordable Housing Fund, as was originally intended, was to leverage funding to build more affordable housing. And when we revised the documents to allow administrative costs to be part of that, I don't think that was the intent. So again, I disagree with this. I think that we need to invest more money from the general budget into our housing department and ensure that we're not having to pull funding from the Affordable Housing Fund.
Thank you, sir. All right, anyone else? Councilmember Smith.
Question for staff. Ms. Rodriguez, it might be for Ms. Nutt, but can you give us some of the examples of the projects that were supported with this administrative cost in the last year?
Yes, Kim can provide that.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening,
Good evening,
council. Hi. So is your question regarding the charges to the Affordable Housing Fund?
I'm not looking for granular detail, but the request is to allocate $218,000 from the Affordable Housing Fund to pay for administrative costs to administer affordable housing programs. Just asking for some examples of the affordable housing projects or initiatives that benefited from this expenditure.
Well, there's a long list of eligible costs on that policy list. Some of those are first-time home buyer. So we administer Cal Home 2021 funds, and we don't get any, or we don't actually get enough admin from that grant. The major work on the Cal Home 21 first-time home buyer was carried out by Self-Help Enterprises. And we do get some admin from that, but it's not enough. So that's one example. Other examples are affordable housing projects, multifamily, reviewing and having Scott certify the environmental reviews. Staff spends a lot of time on some of those, so there's those costs.
Can you identify any specific projects like Devonwood and Homekey, kind of that level of detail?
Yep, so 73 South R, that's a Homekey project. We've spent some time on 1213 and 1213 V Street. This summer was Bella Vista Apartments. That's breaking ground now over on Parsons, doing the environmental review. We wouldn't, because that's funded by project-based vouchers and ARPA, we wouldn't get any admin from that.
I think that's good. We get the flavor.
Yeah, there's quite a bit. There's quite a bit.
Yeah, no, thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Kim. Thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you.
All right, anybody else? Call for the question.
We have a motion by Councilmember Harris and a second by Councilmember DuPont. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. Okay, and the motion passes with Councilmember Zhang voting no.
Okay, thank you, Jennifer. On to J3.
Okay, agenda item J3, request for general support on preliminary annexation application number 25-0001 for an annexation of and other entitlements for 366 acres at the northeast corner of Tyler Road and Mission Avenue submitted by BuildCo.
All right, thank you, Jennifer. Johnny, welcome back.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, members of the community. Again, I'm Johnny Land, Acting Planning Manager, City of Merced Community Development Services. Before you is general consideration for a pre-annexation of a project on Tyler and Mission, actually. So very right down where you were just discussing by CP 42. But prior to discussing the project, just kind of going through the pre-application process that was adopted several years ago about the pre-annexation process. So we have met with the project proponent. We've also met with LAFCO about this. This specifically is a pre-annexation. And so it's always good to get an idea from LAFCO, Bill Nicholson, to make sure that we are going the right direction, because we need their support ultimately when this comes, after it comes to you and before it goes to LAFCO. We are here, and then what would happen is that we would go back and that they decide whether or not to proceed based on your input. This annexation is located in South Merced, again, by CP 42. It's 366 acres, give or take. The intent is to develop up to 1,300 or so dwelling units in the residential portion. There is a suggestion of 62 acres of low to medium density residential, 108 acres of low density residential, and 8 acres for a school site. In addition, they're proposing 119 acres of regional community commercial, 55 acres of business park, and 14 acres of open space. This is an annexation and pre-annexation map of everything that's going on in the city at this time. There is one annexation consideration that is off this map, but you can see we have an awful lot going on. But as you can see, this is actually located down here. We do not have many considerations at this time in South Merced, and so this is really exciting to see an annexation consideration in this part of the city. It is, again, in South Merced, right off the freeway, really. There's some really great access from the freeway, access to Campus Parkway. The intent is to really support CP 42 and South Merced with the uses that are proposed. This is a general survey of the annexation area. This is a land use designation. An idea of what they are proposing. The intent is to create jobs, housing, and resources for South Merced, to provide support to CP 42, create potentially a family entertainment area, something similar to what you might see in Manteca. Easy access from the freeway to bring tax revenue. I know the proponent met with city staff as we discussed what we'd heard from the community members of South Merced, as well as what was of interest with the CP 42 construction, and they came back with this proposal. As you see, there is a business park that is proposed for Cone Avenue. That is to border the project from some of that county industrial to the north. The low-density residential will be typical of what you would see, 2 to 6 units per acre. The low to medium density residential would allow for about 6 to 12 units per acre. The regional commercial would allow for, like what you might see with the mall or those recreation uses, similar to, as I mentioned, other communities that have entertainment zones. This just goes into detail about the acreage. Utilities. At the time of annexation, the utilities will be evaluated through the environmental review. This will require an environmental impact report. Utilities could be connected from the west. Development may be required to provide locations for wells to be added to the city's water system. But again, all that will be analyzed through the environmental impact report. There's where the water is located and where it could potentially connect. And here's where the storm drain could potentially connect. They will also be required to provide storm drainage basins on site and drain on site for the development as per current codes. And then there's the sewer connections potentially. So the action before you is just to move to show general support for this proposal, and then the proponent would come back to the city with an official annexation proposal along with other entitlements that would support it. I do know that the proponent is here if you have any questions regarding the specifics of this consideration.
Okay, thank you, Johnny. Questions from council? Jennifer, anything from the public?
We don't have anything, Mayor.
All right, back to council for discussion, additional questions, and/or action. You want to say something? You look kind of been quiet for a while.
Mayor, I haven't spoke much tonight. I'm feeling a little neglected over here. No, I mean, look, it's, you know, it's 9:20, it's late in the evening, but I mean, this is truly something to consider for the community. I think it's got a lot of benefits for support the adjacent development plus the community at large. Obviously, as you contemplate a large annexation, there's going to be things that we need to coordinate, utilities, appropriate land uses. Usually the next step is a deposit reimbursement agreement to start with the environmental. I know the developer has been very cooperative working with us in LAFCO. I don't think that's going to change going forward. So our staff and I are here to support your interests, the community's interest, and we'll make sure we're good partners to take this forward and do what's required to see it through.
Yes, sir. I think this is potentially, I mean, for my 2 cents, a very significant development in a very fast-growing city. Councilmember DuPont.
Thank you, Mayor. Being that it is closest to District 1, this is a development that is definitely needed in South Merced. It also does something that I think we also miss is from where I live in Southeast Merced, close to Weaver, and then the other part of my district is Pioneer. This development also brings kind of those two subsections of District 1 closer together. Instead of being two separate sides, it continues the development on Campus Parkway, on the Mission, and it's almost a continuation of all that development is going on in Southeast Merced. So it's definitely a development that I am in support of.
No, it's a good point, bringing neighborhoods together and certainly supporting CP42. Councilmember Harris.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Johnny. This is exciting. This is something new in South Merced, supporting CP42 and adding a whole new dimension to that, and I generally support it.
Okay. Anybody else? Councilmember Jean.
So one of the things I noticed about this annexation, as of right now it stands, I don't see any high medium density or potential affordable housing projects as part of this annexation. On top of that, I'm not fond of the area because I feel like we're going to be creating county islands. And so I would recommend that we take a look at consolidating some of these areas together as part of this annexation.
Fair enough. Councilmember Smith.
I don't want to get cumulative, but I stand in support of the project for all the reasons discussed. It's good to see Merced growing symmetrically. I know we hear a call from the community to achieve that. And here's a developer who's willing to partner with us to get that done. I think it's going to be a big lift from a utilities perspective, but like I've said 1,000 times tonight, I'm not the expert. And I appreciate the fact the developer is willing to take the risk to try to figure that out. I also like the allowance for business park and other job-producing zones. It'd be great to see that in South Merced. And I think the residents of D1 and D2 are really going to benefit from this. So a lot of risk, but I look forward to seeing city staff and the developer put together a good project for us to consider.
Yes, sir. Councilor DuPont.
Before I motion for general support, I do want to acknowledge that this developer also acknowledges the investment we're putting into CP42. You can tell by the way in which it was designed with that mind in sight. And I appreciate that. It shows a willingness to partner with the city and a willingness to help with our investment in South Merced. So with that, I'll motion for general support.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember DuPont and a second by Councilmember Harris. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. Okay, and the motion passes with Councilmember Zhang voting no. Okay, agenda item K, reports. K1, report on grant award from Central Valley Opportunity Fund in an amount not to exceed $27,000 to the city of Merced to fund the replacement of the clock in Bob Hart Square.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council, Christopher Jensen, Parks and Community Services Director. Before you this evening, I know this is a little different than what was adopted by your approval earlier on how we would consider grants, but I thought this was a significant investment being offered from a community partner, so we wanted to give you a report on it. The Central Valley Opportunity Fund has come to the city to offer a grant of $27,000 in matching funds to be matched by community donations over the next month or so. We're extremely grateful. As you know, Bob Hart Square and downtown renovations have been pretty extensive this year. Bob Hart Square is looking to finish up. Initially, in the contract that was awarded for Bob Hart Square reconstruction was the restoration of the existing clock in Bob Hart Square. However, after meeting with the contractor, it was found that some of the gears inside were not functional and or missing, and the clock could not be restored. And so we asked the contractor for their estimate on a replacement, almost a replica of the existing clock in the place now. And that cost exceeded what was in the city's budget allocated for the project at this point. Hearing that the clock removal was a potential next move, community partners reached out to our office and other staff and offered to come to our aid in the form of a local community grant. And so I want to thank Central Valley Opportunity Fund for doing so. They've rallied community support on a couple of different fronts. So there's a $35 t-shirt fundraiser sale that kicked off this morning. I think we're at over 30 shirts sold and $600 raised as of about an hour ago. Already we're hoping to get a few $1,000s from that mechanism. The other avenue is a giving gift. Is that right, Kim? A giving gift of $1,000 per donor, a private donation, and that would get the giver their name on the plaque that'll be installed on the new clock in Bob Hart Square. We're not going to make the purchase of the clock until we can figure out how much community donations are actually acquired and the matching funds. There are some contingency funding available from the Bob Hart renovation project that could be used to shore up whatever shortfall there may be, but we certainly appreciate the community support. What you see before you here is a replica of what's in existence now and what we would look to purchase. Again, very grateful to have this opportunity to keep the history in downtown Merced. Doing some digging, not the exact clock that's there now, but a clock has been in our downtown area for almost 100 years, about 98 years. Formerly, it was located in front of the Bank of Little Italy across the street, which is now commonly referred to as the Mondo Building. And at some point, it was relocated, or a replica was relocated across the street in the city's Bob Hart Square. So extremely happy to have the community support to maintain our history as we move forward into the future. Any questions from council?
Questions for our Director of Parks and Community Services, Councilmember Dupont.
Thank you, Director Jensen. Thank you, Mayor. If and when we do replace the clock, it's a great project. It's something that I worried once I found out that we couldn't fix the clock if we could replace it. But if and when we do, just to ensure that the clock that is there today goes hopefully to a historical museum.
Yeah, that's a great point. So for clarity, we are in discussions right now with the Merced Historical Society, who has agreed in partnership with Merced County United Way to help generate the funds. And if enough is obligated to replace the clock, we would ask council's permission to donate the existing clock to the Merced Historical Society for preservation.
Councilmember Smith.
Thank you, Director Jensen. Thank you, Central Valley Opportunity Fund and Ms. Garner. This is pretty exciting. 2 questions. One, again, not the expert, but we can't just replace the mechanism on the inside.
Correct. From the contractor's perspective and our engineering team, it would probably exceed what it would cost to actually rebuild or replace the existing clock.
Because we'd have to figure out how to custom make gearing and...
There's only a handful of professionals left that know how to renovate these types of projects.
Second question, where do I buy a t-shirt?
That's a good question. There's a website called Bonfire, is that correct? And if you, we'll post some links on our social media page, both Parks and Community Services, Central Valley Opportunity Fund, and I believe Merced County United Way as well.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, they're being sold at michaelharris.com. All right, Chris, you already twisted my arm into donating 1,000, so count me in for that. Councilmember Jean.
Chris, can you walk us through the money again? $77,000 to replace the clock, and then
correct.
$27,000
up to yes.
Match.
Correct.
And then that means that the city would need to have community donations up to $27,000. Is that correct?
Yes, for the Central Valley Opportunity Fund, donations will only match what the community raises outside of what the city obligates. So to your point, we could end up looking like a third, and a third donated between the city residents and Central Valley Opportunity Fund. Whatever is not raised by the local resident contributions and Central Valley Opportunity Fund doesn't match, the city has set aside in our contingency. What we do not have is the entire $77,000. So we're really hoping that the community can come together and support the restoration of this iconic figure downtown.
Okay, so we're looking at minimum of $27,000 with it to go up depending on how short we fall?
Correct, yeah.
Yes, CVOF will match up to 27. So if the community raises 27, either from donations or t-shirt sales, that'll get to 54. If the community contributes even more, then that'll be more than the 54. And correct. Then the total cost is 77,000. So if we get 20, for example, if 27,000 in private donations are raised, then the city share will be 23,000, and potentially could be less if more money is raised. Councilmember Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. How much do we have in the Bob Hart Renovation Fund?
I believe as of Monday, I don't know if Mr. Jordan's still here, I think it was approximately $60,000. We're about 98% project completion. We have the arch to still be installed. It's being fabricated now. That'll go over the stage in the plaza section of Bob Hart Square. Most of the general area is complete with some finishing touches on electrical.
What's your unofficial guess on how much we'll have after all that's complete?
if I say it's not going to be that. Yeah, I think we're in a good position to leverage this community interest right now. I think that we can make it happen.
Mayor Pro Tem Boyle.
Thank you. What is the deadline to raise the funds?
It's a good question. We're hoping for the end of December. And I don't want to speak for Central Valley Opportunity Fund. I think there's some opportunities to extend if necessary, but I know that we're trying to leverage the holiday season as an opportunity to donate the $1,000 commitment individually to try to make the purchase sooner rather than later.
Thank you.
Who's left? Councilmember Jean.
As was mentioned, with regards to the funding source coming from the ballpark renovation fund, does that include ARPA money as part of that?
I believe Venus is Bob Hart Square ARPA. Yeah.
And we're able to move that money even though we passed that encumbrance date?
To move the money?
Well, I mean,
it's still in the project. It wouldn't be pulled from any additional project. Currently, the Bob Hart Square project has a contingency built into it. And usually once the project's complete, that contingency that's allocated to that project can be utilized for additional amenities. It wouldn't switch ARPA projects. It would stay in the same project account.
I understand that, but I thought the money needed to be encumbered into a contract for a contractor by last December. That's correct?
Yes.
And so when we're buying the clock, is that through the contractor?
Yes.
Is that how that's?
Yeah. So it would be a change order for the contract to order the clock.
Okay,
with the existing scope of work.
All right, information only, no action required. Jennifer, anything from the public?
We don't have anything for this item.
Anything else from council? Any additional questions? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, Chris. Kim, thank you for your work on this. Really exciting when community and city come together, and this is a prime example of it.
Okay, agenda item L, business. L1, Councilmember Harris's request to discuss revisiting the Council Code of Conduct and Ethics Resolution 2024-65.
Councilmember Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. I brought a red line version of the resolution to the Ethics and Governance Subcommittee where we had good discussions. I'm going to keep this pretty short. The red line version added section 6, a way to deal with complaints against council members. I found out at that subcommittee meeting that the city has got a fairly robust method of doing that, so I'm going to incorporate that change into section 6. It also, I went to a number of different city council ordinances and found that vast majority of them had ways to deal with policy violations. I picked and chose some of the different examples and came up with one from the city of Buenaventura that includes 3 items of actions that can be taken: admonishment, warnings, and censure. Then the discussion at the subcommittee really focused on procedure and how would that take place. And what I would like to do is take a stab at creating that and bringing it back to the subcommittee again for more discussion, and then finalizing this document and sending it forward. It does, I will point out, it does protect freedom of speech, due process, de-escalation. So it's really meant to give everybody a voice in the process. But what is also meant to do is not allow the ganging up and multiple attacks from the dais, but to focus the process on more like if you will, a federal impeachment process where there's a manager who is speaking for one group and bringing the case to the council, if that makes sense to you all.
So before us tonight, this was agendized for, I believe, the last meeting, and then tonight would be to give direction to go forward on it. We did have some discussion, our ethics subcommittee. I think there's one important point. We have an ethics ordinance which is pretty comprehensive, but I think there's a gap which we discussed, which is the, excuse me, our censure hearings, and I've been through a few of these in the past. There's no real guidelines for the censure hearings. So then when we do them, they tend to be pretty chaotic because there's no essentially presentation of the allegations, no formal defense. And so we just, I think those would really benefit from a streamlined process for one. And then I think we had a really nice discussion too about some other things too. Is I'm finding the right balance as well, because, you know, if we also, you know, we have a standard to hold to, and we have to, you know, to an extent hold each other accountable. But at the same time, we also have to realize that we're all independent, we're all independently elected, and we all, you know, we're all ultimately responsible in the court of public opinion as well, being elected. So there's a balance there, I think, between, you know, to what extent are we going to, and that gets into the processes that Councilmember Harris brought up. You know, to what extent do we make it easier to bring complaints before the council or make it more difficult? And I think the big point is there needs to be a good balance between those two. You can't make it too easy because then it can be abused, but then also too, you can't make it too difficult such that ethical violations go unanswered. Councilmember Dupont.
Thank you, Mayor. You summed up some of the information that we talked about, as well as, you know, how it's drafted currently. It leaves open a little too much of really anyone bringing a complaint. And I think at the mayor's point, we wanted to strike that balance of not have it free-willed of anyone making a complaint and any type of complaint, and then putting that onerousness on really staff, the city manager and city attorney or human resources. But if, as council members, we wanted to bring something forward, then it would follow almost the policies of C1. So there's some, I think, cleaning up language-wise that we discussed that I thought that strikes a better balance than a complaint naming a council member, because then it puts a lot of pressure on really staff to drive the investigation, and should be something that here on the dais we're driving if we want to drive that, not something that, you know, staff is deciding is meritorious or not. So we had that discussion as well.
Yeah, thank you. No, Councilor Duarte made a lot of good points about that, about how the need more for council. When it comes to stuff like this, council needs to drive it in a big way. Putting the onus on staff to conduct investigations is probably not or definitely not the best course. All right, additional thoughts, questions, comments? I guess, Councilmember Harris, your request tonight and all we're agendized for is to direct or to permit essentially work to be done on refining our ethics ordinance to provide updated policies, both with regards to censure options, and then also the procedure with regards to the both censure hearings and how things ultimately get to council.
Yeah, so the next steps will be with me to revise this again and bring it back to Ethics and Governance Subcommittee.
Okay. All right, so that's what's before us tonight. With that, just summarizing where we were at and where we landed, Jennifer, we have some requests to speak.
We do. We have 3 requests to speak forms. Can I get Daniel, Marilyn Sable, and Chrissy G to the podium to my left, please?
Is that a new one, Shane? Yeah. Okay. Sorry about that. These things come and like they disappear and they go. All right, good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Daniel, and I'm here to say clearly and without hesitation what is happening to Councilmember Fu Shang is a political retaliation, racialized targeting, and an abuse of the City Council's conduct. Let's start pretending that this is about decorum. This is about punishing the only council member of color for calling out a decision that has harmed and disrespected entire communities in Merced. The Christian nationalist flag decision violated the spirit of the First Amendment. The city of Merced is home to people of every faith, no faith, and multiple cultural traditions. Flying a religious flag, especially one tied to Christian nationalism, signals government endorsement of a civic religion, contradicting both the First Amendment establishment cause and the inclusive values that this city claims to represent. When this council voted to fly the Christian nationalist flag, you sent a message.
Sir, if I could, I don't want to do this, but our city attorney.
You sent a message.
Sir, please stop. We'll stop the time at 2:08. Per our city attorney, we're not agendized. This is not on topic right now, so this is perfectly acceptable for public comment, but this is an agendized item, so this doesn't, correct me if I'm going too far, but I think it doesn't relate to the agendized item. So here is just potential amendments to our policy. There's nothing to do with flag flying or things like that.
I have some other parts that are attached to this agenda item.
Okay.
Your response was not to reflect, not to engage, not to listen. Your response is to use the code of conduct as a weapon to censor him. This is what it is. This is a white majority council punishing its only one council member for telling the truth about decisions that were harmful, discriminatory, and anti-democratic. Well, tonight, we are not quiet, we are not intimidated, and we're not confused. If this city council truly cares about ethics, then the ethical decision is simple. Stop weaponizing decorum as a tool to silence leaders of color. Stop retaliating against oversight and criticism. Stop using code of conduct process to discipline dissent. If this council cares all about the democracy, then drop its political attack. Because punishing elected officials for protected speech is not just unethical, it's oppressive, anti-democratic, and unconstitutional. To Councilmember Shang, your courage is noted, your advocacy matters, your voice is not alone. This community stands behind you loudly, politically, and with deep gratitude. Silencing an elected official of color for naming injustice and not ethical governments is oppression. Merced deserves better, and we are here to demand better. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next speaker.
Good evening again.
Good evening again. Welcome back.
In my opinion, this is a classic example of a solution in search of a problem, and I see it as a nightmare, even if it's fixed. Okay, so just reading what was already prepared, I see that you all recognize that there's going to be a terrible problem with people, vindictive people making complaints that, are petty and then need to be investigated. But I think even once it's fixed, that sort of thing can happen if people are desperate enough to bring a complaint. It's going to be a huge waste of staff time that can be spent on Merced's real problems. Is this a real problem? It does not seem to be to me. That members of the city council are subjected to some kind of constant barrage of accusations or are corrupt or things like that. So I really don't understand the purpose of this, except it certainly seems to be connected to a certain social media post that we're all very familiar with. Also, I want to say that it does not protect First Amendment rights because only censure is protected according to the current wording of the Ethical Code of Conduct, but the other two steps which are admonishment and warning to a named council member are not specifically named as things that are protected speech. And since a great many things that this ethical code of conduct seems to be designed, okay, to prevent our free speech, okay, this is gonna, again, be a huge waste of council time and probably money. And then if a person is admonished or censured and it is a violation of free speech, we're looking at lawsuits. And then we're spending money on lawsuits that could be spent on affordable housing and on many, many problems that Merced faces, okay? And so I have to say that I'm actually really enraged at the fact that the council is spending time on this really minor issue that does not seem to be affecting the way that the city is run. It is not, if we don't do anything, the city will be run just as well or poorly as it's ever run. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker. Patricia, if you keep clapping loudly again like that, you're going to be disruptive, and we're going to have you removed, okay? Okay, you too.
Oh, it's past my bedtime. Yeah, I want to speak up against this editing, update. I think it's very clear that as you all, 3 of y'all proceeded to explain why you're updating this policy, you kept naming like, oh, this is gonna be for accountability, to have a clear process that everyone can abide by. Yet, to me, this feels really punitive. It's giving public shaming. It's centering power with the mayor and the attorney. Y'all would have discretion to be the ones to say, okay, you know what? Yeah, we'll review this. I have a question. If I were to be offended by Sarah Boyle's likes and posts of anti-immigrant content, and I brought it to the mayor and to the city attorney, I'm curious if you all would say, yeah, let's follow up with an investigation and do due process. I just don't believe that Matt would be up for that. On the contrary, I'm pretty sure that if someone were to bring up a screenshot of a cute Scooby-Doo meme that Fu created, I'm sure that Matt would be like, absolutely, let's bring this to council and let's talk about it. Yeah, it's not about accountability. It's about public shaming. I think it's a political retaliation. Fu, I want to remind you that the voters of this city, it's definitely shifted. Many of y'all have, aspirations for bigger office. Not strategic to make this move or to change this policy. Get with the times. Our electorate in Merced City has shifted. It's expanded. It's grown. And you are trying to silence the only council member who consistently speaks up for young people, for working class families, for affordable housing and issues that folks care about, aside from the police. It's not a coincidence. And so I'm strongly opposed to this policy. As someone that lives in this city, it's high-key embarrassing to have to talk to other people across this state and to name like, wow, this majority white council is not allowing, Fu's a lone vote. I just don't understand why y'all are so threatened, but I know why. Fu, you have a beautiful mind. You're a critical thinker. You're able to not just ask great questions that make people uncomfortable because they are used to hiding behind policy to not allocate resources to where our community wants them, and you see beyond that. And so that's why they're trying to silence you in this way, and it's not okay. Strongly oppose this.
Okay, thank you. All right, if you keep clapping. All right, Jazz.
Stuck it out. Still here, and I said earlier in my public comments where I stand, and I stand in supporting Fu, but I would like more transparency on this. And for my district, Representative Harris, as you revisit this, how are we shifting power? How are we upholding freedom of speech? But at the same time, what does this look like for future city council members when you create these code of ethics? This is concerning for me, and I think that it's not a good move to put that power into those specific people. And like I said, I'll send you an email. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, next speaker. Whoever's next.
Hey, y'alls. Here again. Yeah, just here. Y'alls have been saying all night how you're very intelligent, very smart, very logic-based. And I just want to say, logistically, it's such a dumb idea. You guys are really being your own sort of like judge, jury, and all of the above when you're saying, oh, I'm going to handle all of these problems internally. That just enables enables an environment where corrupt behaviors, self-serving behaviors, all of these behaviors that don't reflect the will of the people are able to fester, mutate, and congeal into these nasty things, as the previous spoker said. The future councils, you guys are really just, through this, consolidating power and removing the voice of people, especially from South Merced and the working class, who don't have time to sit through all this BS of hours upon hours of legislation and hiding behind bureaucracy. At the end of the day, like they said, you're consolidating power to yourselves and taking it away from the people with this decision. No, that logically, how does that make sense? If you do a crime, you're going to be the judge and the lawyer that puts you away? How does that make any sense? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, golf clap, good. All right, next speaker.
Mayor, council members, I think Apapa would probably disagree that Fu Zhang's the only person of a different race up there, but that's not on topic. I consider myself something of leaning towards more of a free speech absolution, but at the same time, I recognize that there have to be legal constraints to free speech. I think the example that was given in one of my law classes very early on, obviously I didn't go to law school, I was business law, but it was in the context of commercial speech and how that's limited. For example, a person can't go into a crowded theater and yell out fire if there's no fire. Right, that's a danger to the public, and it's not permitted. Even though if you were a free speech absolutist, you would say that's fine. There is a line somewhere that can be crossed where free speech becomes harassment, abuse, and there does need to be some kind of mechanism to prevent and deal with that. Exactly what that's going to look like as it relates to our code of conduct and how you reach a consensus. I assume that it's kind of a democratic thing, right, by a vote of the council. Since this is an internal mechanism, there seems to be a lot of confusion that this is somehow related to the public. But I just wanted to say that ultimately, while it's unfortunate that it's necessary, there have to be guidelines somewhere, right? It has to be labeled as either incitement to violence or abusive at some juncture. Finding that line and finding a consensus, that'll be up to this body to determine for yourselves where is that line. I just wanted to say that I acknowledge that it's there and that you have a difficult job to find that line, as gray as it may be. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, additional comments? One more, Mr. Ochoa.
Good evening, Mayor Serrato, council members, city staff. I wanted to share my thoughts on this topic because as a governing body, I think that it's the prudent thing to have an ethics ordinance and an ethics subcommittee. I think it's a very responsible part of any governmental body. And I think it's very intelligent of Councilmember Harris to bring this topic up in light of all the recent media that we've been having. Some of the media has been negative. Some of the media has been, some would consider positive. But I think revisiting this policy that probably is a policy that hasn't been visited in a very, very long time. I think it's very prudent and responsible of a governing body to do that. And I thank you for your time. Those are all my comments.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Jennifer, anyone else?
That's all we have, Mayor.
Okay, back to council. Just a few comments real quick in response. One, we already have a code of ethics. We've had a code of ethics for some time, so I don't know if there's any suggestion to amend that. That's there. Most councils have that. It's actually best practice for a council to have a code of ethics. I think the gap, which we talked a little bit about, was just having a better process, especially a better process for censure hearings. And then there are a lot of comments made specifically about the instance regarding Councilmember Zhang. As it current stands, a council member could request a censure hearing on that or on another thing. I haven't heard that yet, so no one's made that motion. I know I could tell you, I've told people, and I'll say it right now, I have no interest in voting for a censure based on what was said. If there's something else that's out there, maybe there is, but I certainly, I'll go on record right now and saying if I wouldn't support it. And I had a conversation with Councilmember Zhang after the last council meeting. I think, what he said was, or what he wrote was, I'll spare the words. I certainly didn't think it was, didn't approve of it, and I'll spare the words, what I really think of it. But at the same time, we sat there and we had a debate. We had an honest conversation after the last council meeting about it. So, and that's, I know other council members have as well, and they've expressed it in different ways. I have no interest in continuing to beat that horse, but I think at the same time, this is needed. It's needed to have it would be an improvement if we had these changes that Councilmember Harris has proposed and we discussed. All right, Councilmember Smith.
So a lot to say, but I'll stay focused on the red line. I think that it is a good idea to figure out a procedure that's agreeable to the council on how to deal with these sort of complaint issues, in part because the council that I've been a part of so far has acted as if we don't have a code of ethics. And I think oftentimes it's because of things that happened in the 2018 council that we didn't want to revisit the horrible procedural nightmare and the emotion. So if there's a way that we can more constructively deal with issues as they arise, which I think are very rare, that's a good thing. For that reason, I would support sending this back to the subcommittee for further work. But I'll probably surprise a lot of people when I say that I agree with my grandfather. May he rest in peace. He was a Jewish New Deal liberal from Brooklyn. He taught me that the way to combat speech is with more speech. And I'm very concerned that the policy as drafted is going to have a chilling effect on council members who are in the minority, in part because I think we have to be aware, guys, of the appearance of the context in which this is arising. But also, as an attorney, it is way too easy to make a complaint. And what constitutes a complaint or a violation is not defined. And I can see this being weaponized by councils in the future. So we got to tighten this up. If I was litigating this as a First Amendment lawyer, I think I got a pretty good facial challenge on First Amendment grounds. So I would encourage the subcommittee to think about what are the requirements of a complaint? What are the categories of conduct that are subject to the policy? And I would say are expressly excluded on First Amendment grounds. I think a lot of further work has to go into the beginning part of this to initiate the procedure. The fact that it's called a complaint, I think, is probably, you need a better choice of words. So I'm not going to step in and play First Amendment professor, but I think we're on the right track. I appreciate the idea. I know a lot of work has been put in by Councilmember Harris, but I think we need to take another swing at it. Yeah. And I'd encourage that to happen, because like I said, I do think this is needed from a high level.
Yeah, I think to your point, that's what Councilmember DuPont was kind of discussing. We weren't exactly clear about it 100%, but I think that's, to your point, that's what we were discussing. And I think, Darren, if you want to jump in real quick, go ahead.
Yeah, Mayor, thank you, Councilmember Smith, for bringing it up. That was one of the first things that I brought up when I read this with Councilmember Harris was a complaint. I needed a definition. I didn't know what it meant or who could make the complaint. If it's, a complaint of Councilmember DuPont won't respond to an email. Like, what's the categories in which we are looking at the complaints, and what is the definition, and what is the procedure to even get to that piece? So we did have that discussion, so we wouldn't get this policy to something that is going to be weaponized by an individual. That was my concern, was someone could just make a complaint and weaponize staff to do the investigation, and go through this unnecessary process. So I need more clarification, and that discussion was had in the ethics subcommittee.
Yeah, I mean, I would think about sort of general ways to capture what we think it's about. You know, credible allegation of a crime of moral turpitude, right? That's not tied to anybody's speech. So, you know, maybe look at state bar rules or something for ways to jog the mind.
Okay, Councilor Jean.
So, all right, so similar to when we up here proposed that any item to be added to the agenda requires 2 separate votes, right? This is very similar, right? Where we're hiding behind process, right? And that's all it is here. And we know for a fact, right? Everyone here, the public, they all know it started with the first public comment, right? This is with regards to my social media post, right? That's all it is. And this is trying to establish a process in which I could be reprimanded for it, right? That's what this is. And to hide and say that, one, I would appreciate the honesty of just saying, hey, this is what it's for, right? And that's it, right? Rather than trying to hide behind that this is what we just really need in general. Like, this would never have came up, right? Everybody here knows that, all right? And so it's not a matter of, well, we're just trying to fix the language in our code of conduct. As was previously mentioned, this is probably the smallest of things to worry about at a council, right? Dude, I'm more worried about recusal rates up here, right? I'm more worried about how so many folks are clients of council members' firm, right? Not necessarily council members, but their firms, or the financial conflict of interest up here, right? Those language aren't even looked at in here. And so really, this is just looking at my social media posts, being upset about it, and trying to reprimand me for that. If this is really looking at code of ethics, I think there's harder stuff we should look at. Yeah, I'll stop there.
Okay. Yeah, just 2 points real quick. One, the Code of Ethics deals with financial conflicts and actually imposes a very strict gift limit of anything over $50 should warrant a recusal. And second, there's nothing stopping any of us right now from, making trying to agendize an item for censure under current council, council protocol. So there's nothing, this wouldn't change that or add that. All right, Councilor Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. There's no doubt that I went to take a look at this policy as a result of your social media post. And what I found was it was lacking in the items that I mentioned. And again, I looked to different councils and saw that they had that included. To assume that I went to change it to use it to weaponize is assuming facts, not an evidence. There's just, I will tell you, just as the mayor said, I have no intention of pursuing any censure of you at all. But I do remember 7 years ago when this council was embroiled in issues like that or out in the public, that the show that went on was just uncontrolled, and it was crazy. And part of my desire to put procedures into place is to avoid that in the future. But I know you feel that that's what's going to happen, but I'm here to tell you now that, again, I have no intention of doing that. Neither does the mayor. I can't speak for my fellow council members, but I don't think they are either. I think the overall right to the freedom of speech trumps a whole lot of things. But it's my right to be offended by it too. And it's my right to express that to you. It's a right for the public to express that to you. It's all the different viewpoints we have. I still think that the resolution needs cleanup, and I acknowledge the fact that the definition of a complaint needs to be made, and I think actually that's already handled in a policy from the city, and I can eliminate most of that first red line paragraph. Again, that was a cut and paste from another city that obviously doesn't care how much staff time is used to deal with stuff, whereas we do. So it was by circumstance that I looked at this resolution, and the fact that I want to change it is mostly for the future.
All right. Now the lineup here is all twisted up. I'm not sure who's next. I got Councilmember Smith, then Harris, and then Zhang. If you guys are already spoken, please remove your name if you have. Okay. Now it's empty. No, it's empty. You still have a, Councilmember Zhang, go ahead. Oh, did? Okay. Go ahead. And that was old Shane, or is that a new one? Okay. All right, go ahead.
I hear what you're saying, Councilmember Harris. But as you mentioned, the fact that you went to go look up this policy because of my post, right? You say that. Why else would you go look at it, right? Other than to look for a way to stop me from doing it. Unless, as you mentioned, you're looking for a way to protect me in this case, right? Because there's no other reason for why you went to go look at the code after my post. Right, there's no reason behind it. I mean, you could explain that to me. Maybe there's a reason behind why you went to look at it. But the reason behind it is very obvious that it was to look for a way to stop me, right? And then, as you mentioned earlier, and council up here has said it before, right? That there's no intention behind trying to approve of any sort of censorship, right? But look at the flag policy, right? When it was revised, Councilmember Smith, you mentioned that that was the way in which we were going to stop the public from submitting flag requests, and we could deny the Christian flag at a future date so that we don't face a lawsuit, right? And yet, after that was done, everything else was rejected after that point, right? So the justification behind the original flag policy revision was good nature in saying that, hey, we're gonna reject these flags in the future. That didn't happen, right? And so saying that, hey, we're going to just pass this and trust that in our hearts, we're gonna do what's best and we're not going to implement what we're writing right now in paper, that's just not realistic.
Okay, Councilmember Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. Of course, when I looked at the resolution, it was not necessarily with the intent to go after you, but it was to see what the options were. And what I saw was there were no options. There was nothing defined. And that's what made me go and start to revise it, was to create those options. Having seen what options are there, again, I stand by what I said earlier. I have no intention to pursue anything other than to create a process that can be followed in the future, and it's much cleaner.
Councilmember Smith.
About the flag policy. Kind of waiting to jump in on this, but because it's incredibly off topic. I think this whole discussion kind of underscores why purely symbolic politics shouldn't be imported up here. There's a key point that a lot of folks have missed, apparently, and I know it's complicated, but the council, I argued foolishly, and a majority agreed with me, was running a reservation system. We had no choice but to accept the flag that was requested of us to be flown. I argued successfully to change the policy, so council had to put their name on it, and we had to decide which flags were flown. But the Christian flag application had already been submitted to the city. It had already been submitted under the reservation system. Under the First Amendment, I showed you guys the case law in my presentation. We had no basis to reject it. The Satanic Temple flag, had it been timely, we would have had to flown. It's it. Nobody's making an establishment comment. It came in under the wire. We had no choice. The second time around, this council voted not to fly it. So everybody, if it's fun to kill the boogeyman, that's fine. The straw man's been constructed. Go ahead and kill it. This council's not making a statement on religion. And the policy that we enacted allowed us to say no. The majority of the council decided not to fly anybody's flag, including the Christian flag. So let's just make sure, if we don't all understand the First Amendment, that's fine. But we also have a duty up here to do our best to try to get it right. Anyway, I'd like to move on from this conversation. I think we've given the committee sufficient direction. And in terms of the comment about transparency, we'll be having I'm looking forward to our discussion about subcommittees and its relation to the Brown Act in a couple weeks.
Okay, are additional comments? Is there a motion?
I think there's a motion involved, just direction.
Direction. Is there direction in the form of a motion?
The direction is I'm going to take the resolution back to revise again for discussion at an Ethics and Governance Subcommittee.
Okay. All right. Would you guys like a motion, or is that sufficient direction? Good direction? Okay. All right, on to L2, Jennifer.
Okay, agenda item L2, discussion on the format of the December 2nd, 2025 special meeting to potentially appoint and fill the Council District 2 vacancy, and forming interview questions to be asked at the special meeting, and discussion on a potential special election.
Okay. Thank you, Jennifer. Anything from staff, or should we just start diving into it? Go ahead, Jennifer.
So as we discussed at the last meeting, I did provide some of the questions that we did ask Planning Commission. These are questions from 2015 and 2017. Those are the ones that I could find that we've done last. So I did kind of compile them together for you guys to look at least to kind of get like a running start on some questions, or at least some ideas, so we're not trying to develop them from scratch. So if you guys want to start there, we can.
Okay. Jennifer, anything from the public on this?
We do have one request to speak for.
Okay. If we could take that right now.
Sure. From Marilyn Sobel.
All right, welcome back, Marilyn.
Thank you. As you can tell, I'm a very opinionated person. So my only concern is kind of procedural, and in that I feel like, first of all, we should have a special election to fill the seat rather than just have it, be by application, right? I just don't feel like there was sufficient time for the best candidates to have an opportunity to think about whether they wanted to run and step forward, and for the voters in that district to get the choices that they deserve. So one of the things that concerns me a lot, maybe I just don't know enough about how Merced works since I'm new here, is that I keep seeing committees being formed and focus groups and things, and I never hear about any of these things. I don't know where you go to look for these things. So I feel like a lot of people are going to miss out on an opportunity to apply because it's just very hard to get information, from my perspective anyway, on actions that are taken until after they're taken. Then you hear about these various groups and you hear about these various opportunities once the city council is voting on them, but I don't hear about them ahead of time. So that is one of my concerns, both for the seat and just in general for the times that citizen input is, you ask for citizen input. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. All right. Anybody else?
That's all we have, Mayor.
All right. Just on that topic, if we, and the council discussed this at a prior meeting, if we appoint, we have to appoint by December 3rd, so we can appoint quickly. That gets us a new council member by December 15th, that meeting. If we hold a special election, the election will be either in April, May, or June. Each one has various advantages, disadvantages. April is it's an all mail, just a mail-in option. And then,
Mayor, I'm sorry, if I may, for April would be in-person voting. Yes, and then in May would be the all-mail election.
Got it. Sorry, I got confused. So April's the earliest. Thanks for correcting me. And then that would be, it would be probably anywhere between $15,000 and $100,000, but we wouldn't get somebody in here until May at the earliest, and there's another election for that same seat in November. So we run a campaign, the seat sits vacant for 6 months. and then they have to get ready and run another campaign immediately. So at least from my view, I think the majority of the council, that just didn't make a lot of sense. So here we are. Councilmember Harris.
Thank you. So forming the interview questions, it seems to me we have two options. We can create a list of questions and ask each candidate the questions and score them, or we can make it more freestyle and give each candidate a given amount of time, 10 minutes or whatever. Tell us about yourself. Tell us why you want this seat and how you represent the district. There's advantages to both. Personally, in this situation, I like more of the freestyle approach, where we let them speak on anything they want to speak about and what's important to them and what they'll bring to District 2. Just wanted to weigh in on that.
Yes, sir. All right, Councilmember Smith.
Councilmember Harris, still my comment. Before we start talking about interview questions, I think we should come to a consensus about whether we're going to have them. I actually favor, we've already requested written materials. Let's give the applicants a chance to tell us who they are, then we ask questions. Asking these canned questions doesn't do much for me. In our job interviews that the city manager invites us to participate in, I want to learn about the candidate before I make a decision. And, you know, some of these things, we have to be able to ask the questions that are going to help us make our decision and have a chance to follow up. So we can talk about, you know, ground rules and number of time per council member, number of questions, things like that. But I would prefer to go the, well, I'll start calling the Harris route.
Freestyle Harris. Okay. What else? I tend to agree. I think, you know, depending on how many applicants we have, we set the time accordingly. Anywhere, just again, depends on how many we have. Could be if we have a ton of applicants, maybe it's 5 minutes. If we have fewer, then it can go 10 to 20 minutes and just give people time. I mean, we could ask one question and say, you know, tell us why you want the position, why you think you're the best person for it, and then let them go. And they got time. And then I think if we don't ask questions, we have to be consistent with each applicant. So if we're, you know, if we just say, look, you got the time and use it however you like, I think that's a good course. Easy for us too. Councilmember DuPont.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I agree as well. I think it also gives us a feel of the individual. Instead of, you know, robotic questions with a list of questions, you get a sense of who the person is and the direction they want to go and the vision they have for District 2. So I think that allows for the most authentic answers and interaction between us and the individual seeking appointment.
Okay, Councilmember Jean.
So as folks up here already know, I'm not in favor of appointment, but if we're moving forward with this, I could agree with just having them start it off and then we have follow-up questions at the end. As Councilmember Smith mentioned, we could have it limited to 2 questions per council member or whatever that consensus is.
Sounds like we need to discuss format since we kind of get rid of the interview question portion.
Yes, Councilmember Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. I think rather than, if we have a lot of applicants, rather than cutting their time down, we should expand our time. We have time from the time we know how many applicants there are to change the time of our special meeting and give them the time that they need to express themselves. I think, what are we scheduled for now? It's 5 p.m., 6 p.m. for the special meeting?
6 p.m.
6 p.m. So if we need to meet at 5, or God forbid 4, then we if we have that many applicants, we give them at least 10 minutes.
Yeah, I would think so. I mean, absent getting 30 plus people, I think a minimum of 10 minutes is probably very prudent, very fair. And hopefully maybe a little more. And we give applicants 15 minutes. It's a good rule of thumb, or a good guideline as well. Okay, so is Councilmember Smith. Go ahead.
Thank you. Let me just turn to our clerk. Just Don't tell me who, but I mean, have you gotten applications yet?
We officially got 7. 1 does not qualify because they do not live in the city of Merced. So we technically have 6 potential applicants.
Does not live in the city of Merced.
1 does not live in the city of Merced.
Okay, so, I mean, so there you go. There's still time to apply, and we already have 6. Let me just ask you, again, I'm not meaning to jump, but are we applying the standard in the charter that qualified electors of the city may apply?
Yes.
Okay. So wow. It might be difficult for us to decide on a precise amount of time until we know the number of candidates. And so 2 related points, I think we should talk about what public comment looks like, particularly if there's a lot of candidates. And also I just recommend as a fail-safe, I think we can make a decision on the 2nd, but do we want to talk about agendizing or telling the public we might do a backup special meeting on the 3rd in case we need that time? Because there's a statutory deadline to make a decision on the 3rd. And I'll defer to city attorney if it's like an end of the business day kind of thing. But I mean, I can make sure, I'm available at like 3 or 4 if we need a little extra time for deliberation. I think it'd be prudent even if we don't use it.
Okay. If I may, Mayor.
After Mayor Pro Tem Boyd.
Is there an end time to our meeting on the 2nd? No.
Nothing set right now.
I think what would be useful is if we were to find 5 or so questions, then when we find out how many applicants, then we can take those questions and pick like the top 2 or 3, depending on how long it would be to ask them those questions. And then give them a set amount of time.
Say it again. If we,
So say there's 6 people
yep.
and we have a set of questions, give them amount of time. So say they get 5 minutes each for each question, I know math isn't the strong point, but
Do math after 10. From the
process of elimination. So I'm just saying that we could figure out once we know exactly how many people applied, qualified. But I think if we can at least establish at least 5 questions that we know we would want to ask, but then on the actual day of, we can figure out what that process would look like.
Councilor Dupont.
I have a question, but to the December 3rd, if we are going to do that, we'd kind of probably have to make that decision somewhat now to at least have proper noticing of that meeting. Just.
Could it be Attorney Craig, could it be a spillover if we start on the 2nd and then just go to the 3rd? Essentially a continuation of the meeting on the.
You can continue the meeting to a date certain.
So under that law, we wouldn't have to agendize it right now. If we start on the 2nd, we can just continue it a day if we're not done on the 2nd.
Correct, and the agenda stays the same.
And then to Mayor Pro Tem's comment, so you're saying in addition to allowing them the initial 5 minutes, we select a handful of questions, or the questions are the 5 minutes that they're answering?
Well, how much time did you want them are you allowing them to tell them about themselves? You said 15 minutes?
That's what we're trying to figure out right now. I mean,
We're going to get their application.
Yep.
Which we get to review ahead of time. And I think that will tell us a good amount of them. Then giving them 5 minutes to give them, hey, tell us about yourself, what your ambitions are, and why you're running, or why you're wanting to be appointed. But I mean, if you had 6 people, they got 2 questions each at 5 minutes, and they use their 5 minutes, that's an hour for 2 questions. And if we're here for 2 hours, that allows us for additional people. So I don't know. I'm trying to do the short math here just to help, but.
Yeah. I mean, I think we still got to talk about it, but I think if we, we get the applications, we review them, we give people, depending on how many applicants we have, essentially free form, tell us about yourself, tell us why you want to run, and tell us why you think you're the best person for the job, go. You got up to 15 minutes. But that could be shorter if we have a lot of people. And then after that, we deliberate, and if we can agree on somebody, great, but if not, then we're gonna have to figure out, do we want to come back the next day? Do we want to have another round of questions? Do we want to have, I don't,
Finalists.
yeah. Councilor Smith.
All of a sudden sound like The Voice, I don't know. On the idea of the third, whether it's a continued meeting or what, and the procedure is not the issue. I think we need to tell the applicants in the community if we intend to hold that open. Otherwise, it won't look like what we want it to look like. In terms of the question, consider, I think having gone through this a couple of times, it's helpful to give the applicants a chance for an opening and a closing statement. That's up to them. How we divvy up the questions can be a little complicated. I don't know that each one of us needs to ask a question of each applicant. Perhaps, we each get a question and it kind of goes in order, and then there can maybe be like we do, a request to speak and a follow-up or something. But I agree with Mayor Pro Tem, it could get really long. And again, I'll defer to City Attorney Cornwell, but my view is that we want to allow public comment either before or after the discussion, but before certainly we start our final deliberation. I think we probably want to think about potentially having some limits on the time each speaker gets to speak, because we want to hear from everybody, but 3 minutes per person could get to be a lot, right? So I don't know. I mean, maybe 2 minutes a speaker if there's more than 20 people.
He's got the discretion to cut down the number of time.
Well, again, I mean, look, this is.
So you're talking people coming in who are not the candidate, and then they would come in.
We get 100 people in here who want to tell us why their guy should be selected, right? So 100 people times 3 minutes is 5 hours. That's
correct.
Obviously, I'm just trying to prove a point, but.
I mean, do we have to, that's another question too, do we allow public comment or not? We don't have to allow public comment on this. It's just an interview process, effectively.
It's a public meeting.
Yeah.
It's an agenda item.
It's categorized as a special meeting.
You have public comment.
Swift. Good. Or does Mayor Pro Tem Boyle?
I forgot what I was going to say.
I'll come back. Councilman Harris.
Based on a number of public comments that are in, you're already allowed to reduce the time. So if you need to cut that time down to 1 minute person, you can do that. We don't have to do that in advance.
Okay. Councilor Schmidt.
I don't know if you're at the point you just want us to jump in to move it along, but my view, I completely agree with what Councilmember Harris just said, but I mean, this is going to be heavily scrutinized. I think we need to be clear, probably coming out of right now, what the ground rules are. So if the intention is to limit public comment because we want to hear from everybody, but there's too many people to get through in a reasonable amount of time, we have to say that now, I think.
Mayor Pro Tem Boyle.
Okay, this is a random thought, but I know that other boards and councils give a certain set of time for public comment, and once that time's out, then there's no more public comment. And is that something that we can do in this instance?
Say that one more time.
You limit the public comment to, 20, 30 minutes. And so then it's up to the discretion of whoever's speaking if they want to use, 5 seconds to tell the story or up to 3 minutes. But then at the 30-minute mark, then public comment is over. I don't know. I'm just trying to throw something out.
You can do that. That's not our system currently.
I didn't know if in this instance we could utilize it. I don't know, but that's why I'm asking you.
I think reducing the time per speaker is the tool we have.
Yeah, I think we do. I mean, 2 minutes tops, maybe with the potential to reduce it to 1 minute, somewhere between 1 and 2 minutes, because you're going to have potentially repetitive public comment, 1, and 2, there's a narrow focus here. This person is the best. This person deserves to have it. Councilman Jean.
How about if we have the interviews first and the public comments after, and we're already looking at continuation to the next day? So we could just deliberate that day.
I mean, makes sense. And if we can get it done that day, great. If we have to go to the next day, then so be it. Mayor Pro Tem Boyle, remember what you had to say.
Yes. Just something to point out that when running for election, we enter debates at times where we are limited about a minute and a half or 2 minutes to answer. So it is doable.
Okay. All right. What if we do first the applicants speak, 15 minutes, possibly reduced to 10 if there are a number of applicants, and then after that, followed by public comment. 2 minutes, reducible to either a minute and a half or 1, depending on the number of speakers and the time. And then after that, deliberations. And then at that point, council reserves the right potentially to narrow the field and do a second round if possible.
Sounds good.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, Craig, point out the obvious legal flaws with most of my choice, of course. Sure.
So you're just going to say, hey, your 15 minutes starts, give us your pitch?
Go tell us about yourself, why you're the best candidate, why do you want to have this office? Go.
Okay.
No follow-up. So we don't ask any questions. We don't follow up with any questions. Councilor Smith.
So I'm sorry, not good. I thought I heard you say we could ask questions. Otherwise, I mean, I thought the ground rules you set reflect our discussion. Let me put it that way. I think we need to ask questions. I don't think it's going to be feasible for each of us to ask a unique question of each applicant, but I mean, I would like to ask questions.
I think if we're asking questions, how do we, essentially, typically in interviews, you're asking similar questions or the same questions to each person.
Correct.
So if we don't pin those down, then, how do we avoid that issue, as to where potentially we're asking different questions in a different way to different candidates?
No, it's the cross-exam rule, right? Let's say they're all in a row. I'm assuming they're sitting here. They each have 4 minutes to make an opening statement.
Yes.
And then we can go in a row. We each have one question. I want to follow up on something you said. So our questions are limited to what they tell us in the opening. So the applicant has opened the door to the line of questioning. And then at the end, they can have 2 minutes to sum up.
Okay, who's next? Councilmember Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. I think you run into a huge HR problem if you just open it up to follow-up questions that you're not asking everybody. I'm comfortable with giving them the time, the scope, and letting them tell us about that. If they can't communicate that to us in 10 minutes or 15 minutes, then maybe somebody else can. But I don't think we need to prod them with questions.
Okay, Councilor DuPont.
So maybe this is what Mayor Pro Tem was trying to articulate earlier, was agreeing to a subset of 5, 6 questions. So we provide them with that opening statement, and then we have a subset of questions that are agreed upon that we can ask. And then we can go into a closing statement from there within the 15-minute allotted time. I don't know, that may be a solution to the middle ground of not having a free-flowing questions, but also being able to still ask questions.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Boyle.
2 things. What if we provide the questions ahead of time? Because then it's not this aha, got you moment, but then they're prepared with the questions that we might be asking them. And second, December 3rd, there is a planning commission meeting.
All right, Councilor Jean, take it.
I mean, I agree with asking at least one question. I know We don't have to each ask a question, but similar to Councilmember Smith, I would like to ask at least one question in general, or be able to ask a question. And if they need to be predetermined, they could be predetermined. Yeah, because as of right now, I'm asking community members what is one question they would like to ask. And so I think it's important that to be able to ask that of the candidate.
Councilmember Hare.
As far as providing them the questions in advance, I have one word, ChatGPT.
Okay. I just think if we're following up with them, it creates a big, if the questions, if they're set questions, that's one thing, but if we start, kind of following up with different questions for different people, that creates, I think, that creates a lot of potential issues of accusations that we treated people differently, and asked different questions. So. All right. Mr. McBride.
So Mayor, we did provide you some sample questions we've used in the past for the Planning Commission. I hear a lot of discussion about kind of the format and how you want to do this. I know everyone's getting tired. I know it's getting late this evening. I'd like to kind of see if we could focus on, do you want to use any of these potentially that we can modify? How can we be productive with what little energy we've got left with the rest of the evening here is kind of what I'd like to do. What's best for all of you.
Okay. All right. I guess show of hands, who prefers just a free flow in the original Harris suggestion, just a freestyle, let them go, and we just essentially we tell them to go and there's no questions. Who prefers that? Two, okay. Who prefers a set series of questions that we ask?
That's it, or
I'm saying, who prefers like a set of questions?
I prefer a mix.
Okay.
So
meaning they have an opening statement, a set, opening statement, set, closing statement.
Correct.
Who wants that?
How many set of questions? Like 2?
Could be a couple.
3?
A handful. 5.
A handful of questions could be a lot or a little.
All right, Councilor Smith.
All right, well, I'll back off my original position because I want us to find a consensus and go home. What if we do some opening and closing statements, and then we each ask one question that is predetermined in advance with limited follow-up within the scope of the person's answer?
Each, you mean 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6?
Like, I got question 1, and then they all answer it. And then you ask question 2, and they all answer it. Maybe we rotate so not the same person goes first, but.
Do we let them hear each other's answers?
Yeah.
I guess maybe that was the assumption that they were all in here at the same time.
Yeah, that was going to be my next question is, do you want them one at a time? And if you do you want them at the podium? Do you want us to set up a table in the front with a microphone so it's more interview style? Do you want all of them here?
Well, it's a public meeting, so why would we exclude some of the applicants from a public meeting? The 3 times I endured this in the school district, that we were all lined up.
And how do you not know there's people in the audience that are gonna be like, hey, they said X, Y, Z, so this is what you should say.
Or be
Then you
watching
come
it
in.
online.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, we can give them the questions in advance. I mean, in a sense, that eliminates the surprise.
Well, going back to elections, all the forums, right? We were all there. Somebody was first and he rotated, the next person was first.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So 7 questions.
That's a lot of questions.
6. We don't have a 7th.
Yeah, 6.
Sorry, 6.
And then
And
got
they're-
1 minute to respond.
1 minute to
90
respond?
seconds.
Okay, so then these questions can't be, tell us the theory of.
They get free
who
form
knows
answers at the beginning and the end, and then it's an elevator speech.
What happens if we get 20 applicants? And we're gonna each ask them 6 questions. I mean,
we
I'm
still-
fair, but I'm just saying.
I think we still ask the questions.
Okay.
Take a day off.
6 is too many. Because if you have an opening, 6, and then a close, I mean, unless you're 1 minute each. Who's next? Councilmember Smith.
That's old.
Okay, Councilmember, keep shifting. Councilmember Jean.
I mean, the amount of time that they take up answering questions could just cut into their closing. And so this way, they understand that they have 10 minutes to go through all the questions and then close.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Boyle.
Okay. Each person gets 2 questions, but like you get 2, you're 2, we're 2. And then we switch it up that way. So then it's not 6, but then each of us get to ask a question. I know it's really confusing, but like, so, no. So applicant number 1 comes up here and Shane and Mike ask their questions. And then they have the opening 2 questions, closing. Next person comes up, Matt Fu.
But they're getting the same question. So I don't really care if I ask it or not, as long as it's the same question.
Yeah. Okay. I think 2 is a good number. 2 gives people time. If not, it turns into speed dating.
So 15, is it 15 minutes?
I think 15 is about right.
15, opening, 2 questions, closing.
Good.
All candidates. Or,
Yeah, I think that's good.
Do you guys want me to run the timer while that's happening?
Yeah. that'll
Okay.
be-
so is the clock running while they're answering the questions?
Yes. Yeah, we'll tell them you have 15 minutes, do an opening, then we're going to ask you 2 questions. Ask the same to every person, and then you're going to have a chance after that for a closing statement as well to say whatever you like.
And then we're going to go one by one, or the questions being answered or being asked one at a time?
I think one applicant at a time. Someone gets their 15 minutes done, next person gets their 15 minutes.
I was just ensuring for
thank you.
the clerk's purposes
That
of
would be-
time management, if
Yeah.
we were going.
When Mike mentioned earlier a forum, like those political forums, I was like, oh man, don't start that discussion now too.
That's a lot of clock management. That's why I
Yeah.
wanted to
But
clarify.
I can start it if like whoever, says, tell us about yourself. Once they start talking, I'll hit the timer and then I'll just let it run until their 15 minutes are up.
Yeah, okay. Questions, or Councilmember Jean, go ahead.
I mean, I think 2 is pretty low. I would prefer 6, and then they have a minute and a half each.
9, 3, 3. All right, let's talk about the number of questions. So 2 to 6, who likes 2? Raise your hand. 2 questions. Who wants to see more than 2 questions? Okay, who's good with 2 questions? Raise your hand. Who wants to see more than 2 questions? Okay, how many questions do you guys want to see?
3.
3. We got 4 people who want to see 3 questions. Raise your hand if you want 3 questions. All right, 4 questions. Raise your hand if 4 questions is
I'll
good.
compromise on 4.
All right.
A compromise on 3.
Well, look, team, I mean, when we're having to deliberate and we didn't hear from them very much, it's going to be kind of hard to draw distinctions. I think we need more information from the applicant than just 2 questions.
Okay. All right. Open, 4 questions, close, 15 minutes. What are those 4 questions going to be? All right, Sarah, go ahead. This is all your idea.
What astrology sign are they?
Keep in mind, they're all going to know about this now. Since we're in open session.
Yeah.
All the candidates are going to know what the questions are now.
We should give them copies before the meeting.
We'll know if it's ChatGPT.
And to be honest, if they're using chat for their answers, they inputted what their thoughts were, hopefully. And, okay, I'm sorry, I'm going to stay positive about this, that they're going to use what they would like and just make it sound professional. So, and there's some people that are going to apply that and probably won't. So I'm just going to say the better of the good, that it is what it is.
Okay. All right. What are the questions?
So a question I would like to ask is, what standard do you think the council should use when we make this decision?
Okay. I mean, to make the appointment.
Yeah, make the appointment.
Okay, what should we look at? Okay. Okay, additional ideas?
I want to ask, do you know how to create memes? Just kidding.
Too soon, too soon.
I think there needs to be some kind of question in regards to the District 2, and I don't know what the exact question would be, but just their envision or the issues they see,
Okay.
what they would like to bring forward. If this person were to get appointed December 15th, was it, or 17th? They're going to be part of our planning, strategic planning and town halls. So I would like to pose some kind of question just to kind of get a gist of what they would like to see in this next.
I think you hit
next
it
few
on the
months.
head, vision of District 2.
There you go. What's your vision of District 2?
Yeah.
There you go.
Or, yeah, that works.
Okay, so 1, what should we be looking for? What's our standard for the appointment? 2, vision issues in District 2. What else?
One of my question was, which street would you say is the worst in District 2? Like, where would you think we need traffic signals, crosswalks, sidewalks in District 2?
Okay.
Maybe could we word it as like, what are some of the infrastructure improvements that they would like to see in District 2?
Specific infrastructure.
Yeah.
Okay, everybody good with that?
Well, I was trying to focus specifically on roads because we tend to get a lot of points on roads.
Okay. What's your favorite road, least favorite road in D2? Okay. Is that okay? Roads, infrastructure? Okay, what else?
You ordered 4 questions, come up with a 4th one.
Why are you the best fit for the District 2 council member? Feel free to wordsmith that, but.
Okay. Classic interview question. Why are you the best person for the job?
What about the best taco truck in District 2? I'm joking, by the way. Please know that. But it is a good question to ask.
I mean, you could ask kind of a lighthearted question, like, what are your favorite things about District 2? Something.
Love that. What is your favorite thing about District 2? Love that. Let's bring some positivity in there.
Okay.
Because I'm hoping that they use their closing with why they
Fair
feel.
point.
Yeah. Okay. What if we could even open with, why do you want the job, and then close with, tell us why you're the best? Okay. Is that okay for closing right there?
Sounds good.
Okay. All right. I think we did it. Okay. Opening statement. Should the opening be, why do you want the job, or just leave it open-ended? Okay. Open. And then 4 questions, and then close with, why are you the best? Okay. That gets, all right, backdoor gets us 6. Okay. Everybody good with that? 15 minutes, open / why want position. We're gonna have 4 questions for you. Total of 15 minutes. Questions, what should we be looking for in our applicant? Vision, issues. 3, roads, infrastructure. 4, favorite thing about D2, and then close with, why are you the best? Or why should we pick you? Okay. I like it. Everybody good with that? Okay. And then public comment. Again, go ahead, Frank. Okay, you wanted to say something. Put me out of my misery, say something. I say 2 minutes, but then we can cut it down to 1 if there's a lot? Or is that too aggressive, you think?
Let's do it.
Okay. Is everybody okay with that? So for everybody coming in, or should there be more time?
And it's unlimited amount of time for public comment? So whoever wants to do public comment can do public comment at 1 minute.
I say yes. I think it's important not to have people feeling like we silence their voices. I would say 2 minutes a speaker unless there's more than 20, in which case it's 1.
Okay. Sounds about right. Because the problem is too, if we limit it, say if it's 30 minutes and then, candidate number 1, all their speakers go at the beginning, and then that creates a huge problem. You let all my proponents and then candidate 2 and 3, none of their speakers come. Tricky.
And just to make sure the candidates aren't allowed to speak during public comment.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. They're done. No
And then-
clapping.
Did you guys want them up in the front up here, or did you want them at the
That's what I was going
podium?
to speak on.
Go ahead, Councilmember Harris.
Depending on the number of people, if you have 10 to 12, you can probably put 2 long tables out and sit them all on the tables with their names so we can address them by
Yeah.
name. Any more than that, you're pretty much going to have to sit them in the audience. Reserve the first 2 rows or something.
Okay.
What if we put the podium there and have them go one by one? You like that, or is it better just to have them in a panel?
We'll lose a lot of time in the transition as they get up and down.
Yeah.
I mean, if we have any more than 10 or 12, then you can still have the 10 or 12 here. The next just filters out and filters back in once they're done. I think, yeah, putting them in front is fine.
I think it's a danger if we put folks up there, especially with the crowd, there could be, I don't know if there'd be electioneering issues or people,
It's not an election.
or can't,
Do we have the technical ability to go to a bigger space if we need to?
We could go to like Sam Pipes. Similar to what we would do when we have
With
our
like a town
strategic
hall?
planning, yeah. And just use like our town hall equipment.
Oh, Mr. Benioff.
Jeff is looking very pained.
So Jeff, I'm just asking the question, but if we're anticipating a larger crowd than this room can hold, because we're gonna have to take up space for applicants, I'm just asking, is it possible that we could set up shop in a bigger location, assuming it could be broadcast to the public, et cetera, et cetera?
So you're asking basically have like a town hall-like event?
If we need to, yeah.
Yes, we can absolutely accommodate that.
Okay.
I don't want to do the election.
we should have had an election.
I mean, I would prefer to do it in here for a lot of reasons, but I think it's more important that we be comfortable, to be safe, people be heard.
Yeah, okay. Do it here. It's important to have it here too. This is where obviously where they're going to be having the meetings. They got to be comfortable in the space. But if for whatever reason we have a large crowd, we can, figure it out, go downstairs or something.
Well, I mean, I don't know if we can make that decision on the fly.
Correct.
Jeff was probably going to need time to set it up downstairs if it becomes too large, so.
We'll know how many
that
applicants we have on the 21st.
There's that and then noticing too. So when we notice the
Correct.
meeting, we have to say exactly where we're gonna hold it. And we can't make changes after the fact.
We can certainly apply for overflow accommodations down below for people that just want to watch it.
Yeah.
And/or we could call them up here or have comment down there as well. So we could certainly allow for overflow downstairs.
Okay. All right. And last thing, how should they address us? I think that was Jennifer's question. One person in front, or should we have more of a panel? Figuring that out, or is that?
I think the discussion was a panel.
Yeah. I don't think there's any harm in letting them sit at a table.
All right.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
I wanted to get out for council and the community that there'll be no non-agenda item public comment at the special meeting.
Yeah.
Go straight into the item.
Okay. All right. Is that good enough, Jennifer? Do you have everything you need?
I believe so.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, thank you, everybody, for the good discussion.
Okay, agenda item L3, selection of City of Merced representatives to participate in the May 2026 One Voice program and approval of priority projects.
Good evening, Jennifer Flackman, Public Information Officer. So we're here to select two elected officials to attend One Voice in May. And this is our annual outreach effort where we meet with federal legislators and agencies to advocate for city and regionally significant projects.
All right, thank you, Jennifer. Thank you for all your great work on this over the years. This is One Voice, May 12th to 15th, 2026. Is anybody interested in going? And Jennifer, anything from the public? Seeing nothing.
We have nothing, Mayor.
Okay. Councilmember DuPont.
I would be interested.
Okay. Anybody else interested in going in May?
Pending approval of time off from work.
Okay.
Interested.
All right. Anybody else?
It's a great experience. I would appreciate if my colleagues would go. I think I'm still digging out from the last time.
Yeah, it's a fantastic experience, and you guys will do great work. All right, Councilmember DuPont and Boyle, is there do we need a motion to that effect, or?
Yes, please.
Okay. Is there any further discussion or a motion?
Motion.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Harris and a second by Councilmember Smith. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. And the motion passes unanimously.
All right, good luck, you guys. We're counting on you to bring this federal dollar.
So we need to discuss the priority projects.
Correct.
And so we've listed several. One that I'd like for you to consider is the Black Rascal Creek Bridge widening project. There was a grant that was frozen. It was a small bridge grant that's been frozen because of budgetary constraints, and we'd like to advocate for that grant opportunity, and this is the platform for which we would be able to do that. So there are a couple that we can select. They have to have regional significance, or they should have regional significance. So 59 widening project, I know that our city engineer would be able to answer any questions about those projects.
So Jennifer, you gave us a good list of projects we're very familiar with. Is it okay, how many do you want us to narrow down to a certain number, or are we okay kind of giving direction on all of them? What are you guys looking for?
2 to 3.
Okay.
And then the other projects could be used for federal earmark requests and state community funding requests.
Okay.
So some of the projects have federal significance and others have state. So the ones that you don't select, we can determine at a later date which we are going to submit for federal earmark requests and state funding requests.
Okay, so 2 to 3, we have Highway 59 widening, we have the Bear Creek flood infrastructure project, public safety, capital projects, the airport, mission, we have public safety communications infrastructure upgrades, we have CP42, and then we have the Hawk Fire Training Facility. So that is, looks like 8. Okay, first, I guess turning to Mayor Pro Tem Boyle and Councilmember DuPont, any particular ones that catch your eye that you guys want to advocate for?
Just more of a clarification of the Highway 59 widening projects. I thought we allocated money towards the bridge already. Is this for other areas of Highway 59 that need widening? Because I know it's needed. So I'm just curious of what part of this, and if you know.
Go ahead, Darren.
I believe that'd be additional funding to complete the bridge project. So we're only partially funded so far, so.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Well, I would vote for that one.
Okay, bridge.
Now, is that the bridge or is that the 59 widening?
Yeah, I think what, go ahead, Darryl.
We're underfunded on both phases of that project, the widening side and the bridge side. So we're open to any funding that you guys can collaborate on, so.
So the bridge infrastructure project is one that we're interested in advocating for because they did freeze the small bridge project. And so we're looking to talk to our legislators and our agencies to encourage them to reopen and reconsider that project. And that would be a good time to do that.
Yeah. And just I think that from experience too, that's a much, not easier, but that's just a better sell. There's more of a federal hook to that, to bridge funding, as opposed to widening the state highway, for sure.
My request would be Mission Road and SR 59 intersection improvements.
Okay. All right. Councilmember Smith.
Thank you. So the mayor just made the point I was going to raise. These are all critical needs, but I think having gone through the program, this is basically federal lobbying, right? So where's the strongest federal nexus? And can we think in our mind the agency folks we'll be talking to? Some of these sound like road projects that could be funded a lot of different places, so I might de-emphasize some of those. We should have at least one airport project, in my view, to meet with the FAA, discuss. We had a great meeting last year, was well received. Ms. Flackman, could you tell me, what does it mean, the airport runway project, and have we moved away from the fuel farm?
We have moved away from the fuel farm. The runway project is something we're discussing with the FAA, and I believe we're discussing that regionally. I'm looking at Deputy City Manager Frank Quintero. So we're discussing that regionally, but we still need to talk about that. We still need to meet with the FAA. And so these are 3 priority projects that we want front and center. That does not mean that we can't speak with the FAA. That does not mean that we can't speak with the DOT or the COPS program or SAFER. So we'll have opportunities to talk with agencies, but these 3 projects would be our priority projects that we would advocate for.
Okay, you're talking about, that makes sense. You have one of, kind of a spin-off meeting. And to Councilmember Smith's point too, it's important that there be a federal nexus. I think the bridge certainly has a federal nexus. You have a congressman who's very, very interested and is advocating for and trying to get money for Bear Creek. So that could really be a fruitful avenue as well. And then other than public safety capital project, I don't know how much luck we're gonna have there. Airport for sure, there's a huge federal nexus.
There's also nowhere else to go for the airport.
What's that?
It's really hard to go anywhere else but the federal government for the airport, right?
What if we have a spin-off separate airport meeting like we've done in the past? And then the bridge, Bear Creek, and either Mission or one more, and instead of Mission. What do you guys think about that?
Mission may be better suited as a state conversation with SR 59. So if we're focused a little bit on federal, we could probably look at something a little bit better with the nexus of federal than Mission. And even though I'd love Mission and SR 59, I think there's a better nexus statewide.
You know, Mission's an enormously important project, I think. We've seen it over the years too. I've seen it a number of times. I've seen us be unsuccessful in our various jurisdictions in our community, be unsuccessful because they're going to the federal government asking for things that the federal government has nothing to do with. And so I've seen it over and over and over and over again, and it's a waste of everybody's time. So we got to be targeted, I guess.
You know, given public safety and SAFER and where we're at with that, maybe good to have some form of discussion on a public safety issue.
Okay, that makes sense. Okay. Bridge at 59, Bear Creek, side meeting with the FAA on the airport, and then some public safety project. What do you think of that?
I'd vote for the Hawk training facility being on the public safety side.
Okay. Any other thoughts on that?
I would prioritize the airport over the public safety side, considering what we just voted on previously with regards to the airlines. I think it'd be good to bring that up.
Okay. No, I think we do, but, and Shana, you can speak to it as well. Like you got these big group meetings, so we're all in these bigger groups with everybody, and then we're in smaller groups as well, speaking to various agencies. And then what we did with the three of us, Sarah, myself, and Jennifer did, and then Shane, myself, and Rhett did last year. Essentially, Rhett just went
And Christopher Jensen.
yeah. But we did a separate meeting to the FAA, which, I mean, the airport. So you do a separate meeting where we just focus on our issues with them, which is pretty helpful.
We'll request that again. We're going to request that again this year.
Yeah. So if we do that, we can focus on the runway at the airport then, and then we can have another project.
And our federal earmark requests and our state community funding requests are generally due in March. And so we will bring that back to you because you'll need to approve those submissions as well. And so generally those are better suited for COPS grants or COPS fundings or public safety funding. So infrastructure for the public safety communications would be a good fit for the federal earmark requests and state as well.
Okay.
Budget pending.
Or Sarah, is that a new one? Is that a new one, Shane? Councilor Harris.
Thank you. I just wanted to speak up in favor of the Bear Creek project. It spans 3 different districts. And also, the other ones are little teacups, and this one's a big bucket. You know, let's go for the big money. Go for the 114 million. It's the feds. They're not going to look at $6 million. It's easy for you to get. But you're going to have to prepare for that one. Just out of curiosity, is there some statute that says that this has to be submitted by December 1st, the priorities?
Yes,
Or is this the Jennifer statute?
it's both. You know, it's the MCAG statute. I need to submit these by December 1st
Okay.
To who?
to MCAG.
Oh, thank you.
No, and to your point too, I mean, and our congressman's very interested in Bear Creek infrastructure as well too, actively working on stuff.
Thank you, Mayor. Council members, just very briefly on our requests to FAA on the airport. We did go last year and Rhett made the case for $3.1 million for the fuel farm and relocating and bringing it above ground. After further review by the state of California and by the Merced County Health Department, we got a waiver. So we no longer have to focus on that project. However, Mr. Williams and Ms. Baker went to go visit our ADO out of Walnut Creek in the San Francisco area. And what he stated was they wanted us to start focusing on improving the runway as well as the taxiways and then a future expansion of the runway. So that's about a $6.1 million project.
Okay. Scott, do you have a preference? Any FAA as a side meeting or something we're advocating for during the main part of the presentation? Any other projects? What specific public safety one would be most effective, do you think? Yeah. Councilor Harris.
Thank you. Captain Dabney, the public safety communications infrastructure upgrades. Can you speak a little about that? What are we talking about?
I believe they're talking, I believe that's the next gen 911. Is that? And the bringing all of the agencies together on the same frequency, basically, is what that infrastructure is.
You know, like what we've talked about for 20 years?
Exactly, so that the sheriff's office, Atwater Police Department, all the current agencies within our county are all on the same frequency.
All the X bands?
Exactly.
Okay. I thought that was there.
Yeah, no, not quite.
Thank you.
Good. What do you think?
I mean, Mayor, I think we've had really good success relating to the FAA when we have the close-knit meeting. I think if it was successful last year, we should do the same exact thing this year.
Okay. All right, Bridge, Bear Creek, and then side meeting with FAA, Councilmember DuPont.
Yeah, I think the side meeting with the FAA, it is.
They're important too.
With the FAA, I think is a little bit more effective because we can let RET do what RET can do.
Let Red be red.
Yeah.
No, the side meetings are good. They're better, much more targeted. Okay. Public safety communications infrastructure for the public safety stuff? Is that okay? Okay. What do you think, Jennifer?
Yes, it depends on what this administration's guidelines are for COPS grants and public safety grants and public safety funding. So, but yes, it is. We had a very good conversation with, were you with us on the COPS grant?
I was, yes.
Yes, we had a very productive conversation, learned a lot about priorities, limitations, things like that, but it was a productive conversation. We should probably have it again.
Okay. And the public, that's a regional thing too, which is really well suited for One Voice, given it's a regional platform. Okay. All right, is that okay with everybody? Highway 59, bridge, public safety, communications infrastructure upgrades, Bear Creek, and then a side meeting with the FAA. Does anyone have a problem with it? You guys are good fighting for that? Okay. Need a motion, or is that sufficient direction?
Do you need a motion for it?
No, we're direction is
We're
good.
Motion.
You said we didn't need it. Draw.
Motion of the priorities that you have just.
Okay. But she said the direction's good enough.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, agenda item L4, request to add item to future agenda.
All right. Starting on my right, Mayor Pro Tem Boyle, anything for future agenda?
No, not tonight.
Councilmember DuPont.
Nothing tonight.
Councilmember Jean.
Nothing.
Councilmember Harris.
Nothing.
Councilmember Smith.
No, thank you.
Nothing from me.
Agenda item L5, city council comments.
Back to my right, Mayor Pro Tem Boyle.
Nothing this evening.
Councilmember DuPont.
Happy birthday to my daughter who turned 1.
Oh, congratulations.
Yay.
Special. All right, Councilmember Jean.
I was originally going to respond to stuff, but I'm tired right now, so nothing tonight.
Councilmember Harris.
I went to a lot of things and I'm tired too.
Councilmember Smith.
No, thank you.
All right, same, I went to a lot of things, nobody wants to hear about it. Let's go.
Agenda item M, adjournment.
Motion.
Second.
I have a motion by Councilmember DuPont and a second by Councilmember Smith. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. And the motion passes unanimously.